We're all waiting for you, Sava. For God's sake, Sava. For God's sake, Sava. We're waiting for you. You know this show that we don't pay to watch. For God's sake. Turn up on time, man. For God's sake. Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? The light is working. I plugged the light back in, and for some reason, it's working. So we've got the light back. Ginola's back. Messi's back. The fluffy hair is back. And the Champions League is back. The Champions League is back. And Tottenham Hotspur are going to get either Galatasaray, a lovely, lovely trip to Turkey that my mate Lubo said to me, "You want to fancy going out to Turkey?" No. Of all the away games, no, I do not fancy going to Istanbul. No. Let's see if Lubo's awake, shall we? Let's see. I do like my conversations with Lubo. And by the way, I think Stel put it perfectly last night, didn't he? I think he put it perfectly last night. Everybody is mad, isn't it? When viewers watch two YouTubers have a debate or a row, like me and Stel, they feel like the one that they disagree with, they've got to be really rude to. Like, rather than going, yeah, I actually agree with Stel because of, or I agree with Sava, they've just got to go in and be like really, really nasty about the other one. And Stel and I were talking backstage yesterday after the show finished, and we just, even though we've both been on YouTube for years, we can't quite believe just how nasty people get very quickly. Like it's utterly, utterly mental, isn't it? It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, we've messaged Lubo. Let's see what he's saying. Look, Champions League. We've got the Champions League draw. Now, the Champions League draw starts at 11, right? Let's be brutally honest. UEFA, right? UEFA are going to find a way, right, of prolonging this draw so that it takes about 19 hours. Now, the program here, I'm just looking on TNT Sport. The program starts at 11 and apparently it finishes at 11:30. So maybe they won't. But hey, it's all a bit crazy, isn't it? It's all a bit crazy. Who do you want? Do you care who we get? Galatasaray. I suppose Davinson Sanchez comes to mind. Ademola Lookman comes to mind with Atletico Madrid. We'll get into it because, as always, yeah, I can't unblock you if I can see your messages. It means you're not blocked. Big up to you, my man. You're not blocked if I can see your messages. Another day where we're not even playing, but Spurs today have had the news coming out of the Sun from Tom Barkley that Spurs officially snubbed Lookman, and I'm going to do a video on that later. So we snubbed Lookman. You've got Scott Munn, the ex-COO or whatever his bloody job title was. He's coming out now saying about the club and about just absolutely basically saying there's no ambition, there's no pressure. You know, like yesterday when you all had that Ragnar going, there's a pressure at Spurs. All the people that have worked at Spurs are saying, well, there is no pressure at Spurs. That's the point. There is no winning mentality. There is no pressure. You've got Lookman, that news. You've got a Champions League draw. You've got Scott Munn saying what he's saying. You've got Igor Tudor coming out and saying that we need a small club mentality when everyone was absolutely livid when Thomas Frank said similar stuff, but not the same. We are never, ever calm. Like, there's never, like if that was the water and it just goes along like that. Spurs are like choppy waters, aren't we? We're like one day it's calm, the next day it's mental. This club, I love it to the moon and back, but we don't make things easy for ourselves, do we? Anyway, I've got the beans in me today. I've got some beans about me. First of all, there is a channel member show today at 3 p.m. I've been really shit with those. Lately. So apologies to my members. Channel member only show, 3 p.m. for an hour, 3 till 4 p.m. today, UK time. Any member is allowed to watch. If you're not a member, you won't even get a notification or a link on how to join. It's just the way it is. Members are allowed to join. They're allowed to join in the panel and come on without the rest of the internet being able to see it. We can have a chat. We always have a chat. We can do what we want. Hey, we're nutters. We can do what we want. So, look, always something going on at Spurs. Always something going on at Spurs. But I just don't know. I don't know whether we laugh or cry at the moment. I genuinely don't know whether we laugh or cry. It's just so crazy. Let me see if actually let me see Johnny. I like streaming with Johnny. I think Johnny's a great character, by the way. I think Johnny's so funny. Where are we? Oh, on a super chat. I'll just put it live if you're about. I should have done this before, but I always think, oh, I'll just go by myself. And I think I'm one of the YouTubers. I'm really happy to go by myself. But if anyone wants to join, any other YouTubers want to join, they're always welcome. Big up to Sing a Silly Singularity. So win the Champions League and get relegated. I mean, if ever there was, it's Johnny Live. It's Johnny Live. Ah, there we go. That's there we go. Well, I guess Johnny won't be joining. Is he live on Football Inc? He is. He is. That is absolutely my bad. I should now apologise. Sorry, mate. Didn't realise you were live. There you go. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Didn't realise you were live. Didn't realise you were live. Yes. So, look, what do we do? Do we get excited about today? Is the draw going to be something where we go, oh, yeah, Tottenham are going to go far? Well, in a minute, I'm going to show you the route, the possible route that Tottenham can have towards Champions League glory. Could this be our second final in 7 years? I'm not so sure. But you know, it's very, very interesting. By the way, get well soon to Sean. I feel like Sean is missed, very much missed. Really missed. I miss streaming with Sean. I think he's a top guy and a top creator as well. I think Sean is the best orator in the Spurs community. I think he's the best orator. The way he breaks things down, the way that he looks into things. I think he is the best out there. Obviously, I'm the best YouTuber, but he's the best orator. So Sean will be missed. Look, let me go to the super chat. As I said, members only show is today at 3 p.m. So you're more than welcome to join that, people, if you're a member. Jordan, always super generous to me. I'd love to know who this guy is. I know his name's Jordan, but I just don't know who he is. I could pass him in the street and I wouldn't know. He said, never been so disinterested in a Champions League draw that Spurs involved. A lot of people saying that. I never want us to lose. But with where we are in the league right now and the players we have missing, this is a distraction we absolutely do not need. Now, Jordan, I think the interesting thing here is so far, I would say that the Champions League run has been, I don't want to say kind, but I think it was nice, right? Again, I can't say it about last year and not this year. I think it's been nice up until this point. You would have expected that we qualify for this stage, whether or not it was through the playoffs or not. We finished fourth. We beat the teams we should beat. We only lost one game en route. But now this is different, right? This is different. And you're absolutely spot on. We are now embroiled in a relegation battle, depending on what happens this weekend and the next weekend. But you're right. Is this an unwelcome distraction? Is this something we do not need? Can these players cope with an extra few games? You know, let's say you play Atletico or Galatasaray and you get through. You play those 2 games, you get through, and now you've got another 2 games to play. Could it be that it's a distraction where we go on a great run and you go, wow, well, we're simply shit in the league, but look at what we're doing here? I don't think so. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Stranger things have happened. But yeah, I completely agree with you, mate. It is a distraction. I'm not sure it's a distraction that we need, but maybe it turns out to be that way. Big up to you, Jordan. Really, really appreciate you. Far too generous to me, mate. You really are far too generous to me. Thank you very much. Peter Simons has said, Igor said in the press yesterday, he has his opinions on the club, but will keep his mouth shut. Well, look, this is the point, right? This is another manager that he's been here, 10 days or whatever. Again, another manager that's saying the same things. Again, we can argue about Ange versus Frank versus Tudor versus Poch versus Conte. The theme is the same. The theme is the same. Something is fundamentally flawed at this football club. There is something fundamentally rotten at this football club. This can't be that every manager is just rubbish. It runs deeper. It can't be that, can it? It really, really can't. Where are we? Oh, my mate Ragnar's back. He said, if he gets our players back, I can actually see us going. Of course I can. Of course you can, Ragnar. You also said we were going to batter Arsenal 3 or 4-1, mate. And that's the difficulty that I have with people like you. You come in the chat, you say these things, but there's just no evidence. There's nothing to back it up in any way, shape, or form. I love the positivity from people, but more and more those positive people are wrong all the time because they're not being truthful about where we are as a football club, right? I've never said anything of the sort. I haven't said anything of the sort at all. I've never said anything of the sort. He's a great content creator. I'm sure he'll be back shortly. I think he's just having a bit of downtime. He'll be back. Yeah, see, Dan, I'm someone, I don't even know what this means. When people say, and this is why I don't buy all the bullshit last year that, oh, we stopped the Premier League to concentrate on the Europa League. I don't buy any of this BS. It doesn't actually mean anything. What are we saying? That so we're not going to put out our first team on a Wednesday so that we can concentrate on the Premier League on a Sunday? I don't buy it. I've never bought it when clubs or fans say this. I don't buy it at all. Spurs can't win games at the moment with our best 11. Resting these players midweek to play at the weekend, I don't see what difference it makes. Sorry, that's just me. I don't buy it. I don't buy as well. And the data shows that when Ange said we got to February and then realised we're not going down, so we'll concentrate on the Europa League. So why did he lose loads and loads of games between October and February? Like if that was the case, did we down tools in October? I don't buy it in any way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, what will be, right? If these players are good enough, they stay up. If these players are good enough, they go through in the Champions League. But it's just me personally. I've never understood what this means. I think it's excuses. Sorry, that's just me. I think it's excuses all the time. We say, like people say, oh, Poch didn't prioritize the cups, but yet got to loads of finals and semi-finals. Like it doesn't make any sense. But hey, that's just me. Dennis, I've got there. It took me years to get there, but I'm at that stage. I was somebody 3-4 years ago who was very much, of course it matters who the manager is. This is fundamentally important. Now I'm somebody who is, it doesn't matter who the manager is if the owners are the same and don't change their approach to football. And as I said, we can all sit and argue back and forth. Fundamentally, it doesn't matter. 17th last year, we're 16th this year. We should be seeing a very worrying trend. We should be, but many stick their head in the sand. People like this, they want to get back a manager that finished 17th. Cool, that's fine. Cool, bring him in. What changes? What changes? Let's assume you bring Ange back in now. What changes? He hasn't got the forwards he had last year that scored all the goals. So nothing changes. You just have a high line. We get opened up more and lose games. It's honestly, we truly don't think. And of course, relegation is not the answer. Of course, it's not the answer. I get it. I understand the notion. But listen, we're just a mess, aren't we? The whole football club's a mess. We all know it, but we're fans. We live in hope. We look, we all know it's a mess, but we're all going to be invested at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Come on, Spurs. Let's get 3 points at Fulham. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then it doesn't, right? That's the nature of being a football fan. So I don't know. The lads need the rest for the league. I mean, whether we have 2 weeks off, 1 week off, 3 days off, there's been no change in any performance. Again, you've got to look at data. You've got to look at the evidence to say that it doesn't really matter at all. Again, based on absolutely nothing. Again, this is based on absolutely nothing. Honestly, this guy, I could genuinely say my channel is called Football Heritage TV. He would find a way to argue it, right? We see it all the time. Big up to the Big D. How you doing, brother? I hope you are well. So happy Friday, everyone. Tough going being a Spurs fan. Yes. Do you know what? I'm actually 20 years of age, but Spurs have aged me. Look, lines on the head. Spurs have caused this. Spurs have aged me. Maybe I need Botox. Spurs have aged me 20 years. We're like the reverse of what's that film? Brad Pitt. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. We're like the reverse of that, aren't we? We are that. We're the opposite, aren't we? We're born young. We just age very quickly. But Destiny, that's my point. Like, that's my point. Again, I think a lot of fans say the cliches, but there's no real evidence. Like, do you remember? I remember, for example, we went to Galatasaray last year. Right? If you remember, we went to Galatasaray last year and everyone was like, oh, he should rotate because we've got a big game coming up at the weekend. I think it was against Ipswich and we need 3 points. He rotated 7 of the 11 and then we lost at home to Ipswich when the first team played. So it just kind of doesn't, there's no correlation between that and one and the other. I'm an evidence person. I need to see evidence of these things working. Sure, as I said, show me the evidence where doing one affects the other. I'm all yours. Evidence. Without evidence, it's just words, isn't it? That's my point. I need to see evidence that works. And when Spurs have done that throughout the years, nothing really changes. We'll see. We can't afford more injuries, but we've got players coming back, haven't we? So it is what it is. That's it. It was Benjamin Button. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. So he says, so we should get back the guy that lost 34 and 72 league games and look, I think this is the key thing, right? I think I think with fans, we get very, very triggered with revisionism, don't we? We get very blinded by revisionism. And this isn't about Ange per se, but because we're 16th now, people go, oh, well, see, we shouldn't have sacked Ange. And you're like, well, but Ange also had us one place above the relegation. So this isn't really a Ange v Frank thing. This is more of a quality thing, right? We'll see. And yeah, they gave the players 5 days rest before Tudor came in. They then had 5 days with Tudor. So we had like 12 days break. And look how shit we were against Arsenal. Like, no fight, no, like, and this is the thing for me. This is the thing for me. We can say, rest everyone, do this. What difference has it made? It's made no difference. You know why? Because it's about the quality. It's about the players that are missing in terms of goal scorers, creativity. The quality of the players we've got aren't good enough. The belief isn't there. But hey, we'll keep making excuses for it. We'll keep making excuses for it. Hans Lundberg, interesting, said Ange was the wrong manager. Frank was the wrong manager. Romero is the wrong captain. So is VDV. Vinay and Lang are wrong people at the wrong place. And Enoch is the wrong owner. Well, there you go. I mean, there are a million issues, right? And this is the problem, Hans. You could tell the people who aren't very intelligent because they just have their one argument, don't they? They just have their one thing. Oh, Ange. Okay, cool. But can we look at the bigger picture? Like, I don't know if some of those Ange fans realize that Tottenham have been a club since 1882. We weren't, Tottenham didn't begin when Ange joined. There are lots of underlying issues and have been building for decades. And I think some fans get it, other fans don't. And I think that a lot of the problem to blame for a lot of this, by the way, is I do think that a lot of these computer games are to blame for it because people, I get people saying all the time, oh, Sava, I took over Spurs on Football Manager and in my second season, I won the league and the Champions League and I bought this player and that player. And you go, sure, but that's not real life, is it? That's just not how it works in real life. But hey, it is what it is. Look, at the end of the day, Spurs appointed Igor Tudor. right? Lots of people said anyone but Frank. Cool. Well, you got your wish. He's now got to get us out of trouble, right? All he's got to do for me, he's got to win two. For me, I think he only needs to win two wins, 2 draws out of 12 games, right? That's all I think he's got to do. So I think he's been given a task which is doable. Can he get us over the line? I don't know. I don't know. Let's have a look, shall we, guys, at let's have a look at this. I'll talk about this later, which is the Lookman piece. I will do a video on this a bit later. I'll talk about this as well, which is Scott Munn talking about the Spurs history. And, as I said, when people like Ragnar yesterday absolutely chatted shit about the pressure at Tottenham, as we said, look, he said, I didn't get that feeling at Spurs, didn't get the feeling. There's no pressure. There's nothing going on. But let's have a look at this for now, because this is where we're at. Okay. This is where we're at this morning. And you can see here, all of the teams that are by themselves are the teams that qualified through the playoffs this week. So you got PSG who qualified. You got Galatasaray who did, Real Madrid who did, Atalanta, Leverkusen, Bodo Glimt, Atletico Madrid, and Newcastle. Now, these are the options. So we'll start with Spurs. The options are Spurs can either play Galatasaray, which means we will be in the first half of the draw, or we will play Atletico Madrid, which means we will be in the second half of the draw. Apologies if any of you have seen this, but let's assume we get the first half of the draw. Tottenham Hotspur draw Galatasaray. What that means is we will play, if we get through Galatasaray, we will play the winners of Paris Saint-Germain versus either Barcelona or Chelsea. So let that sink in. If you beat Galatasaray, you are playing either Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona, or Chelsea in the next round. 3 great clubs, right? Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona, or Chelsea. Now, that's the first stage. And then if you get through that quarterfinal, your semi-final opponents will be one of Real Madrid, Sporting Lisbon, Man City, Atalanta, Arsenal, or Bayern. I mean, look, that's just ridiculously difficult. On the other side of the draw, if Tottenham get Atletico Madrid, then what will happen is we will play, if we beat Atletico Madrid, we will play either Newcastle, Chelsea, or Barcelona. Now, I'd quite fancy, I'm not knocking them, I'd prefer Newcastle over all of those other clubs, right? I'd prefer Newcastle over Barcelona, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain, So on this side, it's Newcastle, Chelsea, or Barcelona. Then if you get through that quarterfinal, in the semi-final, you will have either Bodo Glimt, Man City, Sporting Lisbon, Bayern Munich, Arsenal, or Leverkusen. So for me, I would say that it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's a double-edged sword for me. I think the second half of the draw is, I don't want to use the word easier. The second half of the draw is a nicer route potentially. Lots of caveats here. A nicer route potentially, but for me, the more difficult game at the get-go. So if that makes sense, I think that route on the right-hand side, the Atletico game for me is harder than the Galatasaray game, but I think the route afterwards could potentially be easier. Let's be fair. As my man Mark messaged me earlier, and as he's just said in the chat, out of the frying pan, into the fire. Absolutely. It's difficult, right? Do you want Galatasaray? Because it's probably, again, I don't like the word easier. It's a more favorable tie than Atletico Madrid. Or do you want the tougher draw, beat Atletico, and then you might get Newcastle, you might get Bodo, you might. I don't know. This is a tough one. Whatever happens, it's going to be a bloody tough route to the final. I can't see it, but football throws up some strange things, doesn't it? Football throws up from some strange situations. Now, by the way, it's just started on, hang on one second. It's just started on It's just started on TNT Sports. It's Pinto, isn't it? I think is the guy hosting it. I think it's Pinto. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Now, listen. What I will do, I'm going to say this. Sorry. When we say Ragnar, stop. When you say Atletico are doing poor in their league, they're 3 points off third place. I mean, let's not do this. Let's stop making these things up. This is like that guy Wesley yesterday who pretended that Atletico struggle to score goals and create when they don't. Please just stop making things up, Ragnar. You're starting to turn into the mat, and I'm letting myself get sucked in. I will block you if you keep saying stupid shit. Atletico Madrid are not doing poorly in the league. They're 3 points off third. Third is probably where they should be, behind Barcelona and Atletico Madrid. My man, DJ Paul Lawrence, said, when you make the round of 16, it is supposed to... Mate, absolutely. Of course. Absolutely, Paul. I don't think... Atletico, not Atletico, Atletico. Don't be the grammar police. Come on, let's not be that guy. Mikhail. Me too, Mark. Me too. I'm starting to feel that way, right? Listen, any more silly comments, he'll just go. It's so strange, Mark, isn't it? You get those people that literally, whatever the room says, they have to be contrarian. They have to say the opposite. He said the other day, Lookman couldn't deal with the pressure of Tottenham. Lookman would be our best player. Like, it's... Yeah. No. Sure. I just, I like to be the one who has a go at Ragnar. Just kidding. Lookman would be the best player at Spurs, and we're talking about he couldn't handle the pressure. You got that Wesley guy. Atletico Madrid struggled to score goals, and they got something like 20 in their last 8 games. Like, it's just ridiculous. People just say things without actually going and doing their research. And I'm a huge fan of people actually coming to the table with some evidence and some data. And then I get people going, well, they're your facts, not my facts, the facts, right? The facts. Tottenham right now, the facts are we've won 2 in 18 in the Premier League. That's not my facts. That's the facts. But hey, it is what it is. At the moment, TNT Sports are just doing they're going through a little montage of all the different clubs, showing some bits for some highlights of them. And as soon as we get to the draw, I will keep you right up to date. Very quiet this morning. I would have thought people would be a bit more invested in Tottenham's Champions League journey, but apparently most people feel like how Jordan felt this morning. It hasn't been drawn yet. Mate. We're waiting to see what we get. We know it's going to be one of 2 clubs. I think it's going to be Galatasaray. Yeah, listen, I don't like the idea of Galatasaray away. I'll be honest. I think that over there, that is the sort of ground. I think that's the sort of ground where Tottenham absolutely struggle. There was Deco in the stands. That is who I think is, isn't it? That was Deco. I'm pretty sure it was Deco. Right, there's some suit on the TV right now. It's Giorgio Marchetti, the UEFA Deputy General Secretary. Ooh, it's a fancy job title, isn't it? He's just explaining how he's going to pick one ball out of this bowl, and then they'll draw them, and it will be what it will be. Hang on. Let me go 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. So, yeah, I mean, let's be fair. These draws should take about 4 minutes, shouldn't they? Bless me. These draws should be very, very, very quick, but they drag them out, don't they? Like, when they do the World Cup draw, oh my gosh, we're like 3 hours deep. We got to speak to people who have won it. We got to speak to ex-pros. We got to do a mock draw and just draw the bloody balls. I'm not one of those that cares about all these conspiracy theories. I don't have all this with refs. Oh, the ref cheated us. Yeah, of course. Refs hate Spurs, Hey, it is what it is. Come on, Marchetti, with your UEFA suit. Come on, mate. You can do just draw the... Oh, no. Oh, we're going to another montage, by the way. And this time it's of Ivan Rakitic. What a good player he was, by the way. 97 Champions League appearances, 10 goals. They just showed his volley against Spurs. Do you remember that one? Anyone remember that? The ball came over and he just volleyed it into the just a really good player, wasn't he? God, they destroyed us. They destroyed us that day, didn't they? Absolutely destroyed us. And Lionel Messi was one of the greatest individual performances I've ever seen. Here he is. Ivan Rakitic is coming onto the stage. Top player, this lad. Real top footballer, Ivan Rakitic. Really liked watching him play as a footballer. Was it Sevilla, followed by Barcelona, and then back to Sevilla, I want to say. Somebody will tell me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that was the case. But yeah, we're just going to talk a lot here. They're not me and you. They're just going to talk a lot. They're going to ask Ivan Rakitic about winning it and about this and about that. Yada, 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 yada. Yeah, I was there that day. They battered us, didn't they? Lionel Messi was absolutely sublime that day. Hang on, who's this? What's going on here? Nope. Yeah, they absolutely battered us that day. And look, I remember before that, there were all people all over Twitter at the time giving it the old, oh my God, yeah, Messi, let's see if he can do it on a wet night in London. Yeah, that went well, didn't it? I loved that. Was my all-time favorite thing. And I'll tell you what, right? The moment I realize when people don't know what they're talking about in football, right, is when they say shit like, but can they do it on a cold, wet night in Stoke? And as soon as I see stupid shit like that, I automatically go, yeah, I can't have a proper football conversation with you. You've got no in-depth. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Oh, can they do it? Can they do it at Stoke? Yes. Yeah. Would Messi be able to score goals at Stoke or Bolton? Yes, he'd score 4 or 5. Like what do you know what I mean? Oh, Messi couldn't do it in the Premier League. Really? Yeah, every time he played a Premier League team, he destroyed them. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous, the things that were said. Mate, best player I've ever seen, hands down. Just what, 20 years of consistently being the best. He was just absolutely frightening to watch as a footballer and won it all. But hey, it was absolutely. I kind of miss watching Messi in Europe. I do. I know he's older now, but I miss watching that man. There's no players like that anymore. He did. Yeah, I remember Kane got a great goal, didn't he? Yeah, Kane got a great goal for Tottenham that day. He wasn't bad, Harry Kane, was he? He did score goals, that lad. He did score goals. Yeah, they're still talking to Rakitic. I mean, look, it is only 9 minutes past 11. They'll just drag this on and drag this on and drag this. Just put your hand in the bowl and take out a team and do the next one. Come on. Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, listen, one of the all-time great, I say for me, the greatest player without a doubt, Lionel Messi. But each to their own. Each to their own. I could watch Lionel Messi clips all day long. All day long. There's not many players now that I want to watch highlights of. Right now, there's no real players in world football where I go, oh my God, look at what he did with a football. I mean, Yamal does some good stuff, but there's no one where I go, oh my gosh, Messi just did things with a ball where I went, like, how did you do that? Yeah, people talking about Ronaldinho in the chat. He weren't bad either, was he? Old Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho, I would say, is the most skillful player I've ever seen play. Just out and out skill. Ronaldinho was, and he smiled the whole time he did it. The old flip flap, all of it. It was just crazy. But when I take into account everything. I take into account longevity, professionalism, what they've won, what they've scored. And for me, Messi is unrivaled in that from anybody when I look at the whole package, in my opinion. You know, when people talk about Maradona, for me, what let Maradona down again was I didn't think he had anywhere near the volume of goals. His professionalism wasn't good. His consistency, the drugs, you know, listen, Maradona was one of the greatest players in the world, but Messi just 20 years of consummate professional. and he won it all. He did everything, like everything, over and over and over again. Hey, but yes, you're right, Tom. Spurs can do better than Lionel Messi. That's the sort of thing that people like Ragnar would say, wouldn't they? Yeah, Messi couldn't cope at Tottenham. Hey, it is what it is. Big up Dan E in Central House. Morning. We're just getting a detailed overview from men in suits about how you pick one ball out of a bowl and another ball out of a bowl.
I must admit, it is complicated how they do it now to how simple it can be done.
God, wasn't it? Do you remember the days they used to just go, this team will play this team?
This
and you
team.
went, yeah. Now, do you like it that it's all mapped out? Or do you think it should be, this is the draw for this round, they all play and then they go back into a bowl again? Where are you at?
I don't know. I suppose there's two ways you can look at it. I mean, at first, I didn't like the way the Champions League's been set up. But then after doing it for like a season or two, I actually quite like the way it is set up now in the aspect of it's not just basically one, maybe two big teams in the league in the four sort of thing, and then two very small ones. It's more of a anyone can play anyone. And I get why they did it as well. Keep the games bigger, get more bigger games out of it consistently. So I'm all right with the way they've done that now. It's just the way they do this, like you said, I reckon it should just be, like you say, basically that team plays that team, that plays that team. Once it's done, chuck it all back in the basket again.
I agree.
That one plays that one. I think that one would be more interesting as such.
Yeah, I think it should be the case of, so let's say Spurs get Atletico Madrid, for example. You know, we beat Atletico Madrid. You go back in, and then you know, right, we could get any one of the 8 teams that are left. I like that you could get Sporting Lisbon or you could get Liverpool, but now it's kind of right. It's all detailed all the way to the final, and for me, I don't know. There's just something that doesn't sit right. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You've got to beat who you've got to beat, but I just quite like the mystery around it rather than
I think it'd be more interesting to chuck it all back in the bowl again, right? We're now in the quarterfinals. You're going to play you. You're going to play you. It's like you said, when it's all planned ahead, I get all the planned ahead thing, this and that. But with the way you're saying do it, like out the bowl and that, it gives it that extra bit of who've we got next?
Yeah.
What we got to do next? Whereas if you know you beat this one and then you've got a poorer team next.
Sorry, Dan. I'll just... Is this a mock? Right, okay, then hang on. Is that Real Madrid versus Manchester City? Because I haven't got the sound on, I don't know whether or not this is a mock or whether this has started.
Well, they're saying Man City. I think I might be 30 seconds behind you. Yeah, Real Madrid v Man City, I think.
Real Madrid versus Manchester City. Let me just...
That's what it's coming up on now.
Yeah, so it's Real Madrid versus Manchester City and Bodo Glimt versus Sporting Lisbon. Good draw for both teams, that. That's a good draw for both those two teams.
Well, Bodo been pretty solid, haven't they? Oh. They've been pretty solid.
I'd love them to win the Champions League. I think that would be amazing for football, for Bodo to win it. Right, so you've got Real Madrid versus Man City. And again, that's like the 4th year in a row. Chelsea have just been drawn out. Chelsea have just been drawn out, and they've gone to a couple of Chelsea executives. Hang on, so Chelsea are playing PSG. I think this is real. I think this is live. I have no idea, mate. Anymore.
Yeah, I'm about 30 seconds behind you.
And then they've just drawn out FC Barcelona. They've now gone to Deco. What a good play he wants. And Barcelona will play Newcastle United.
Ouch.
Didn't they play this year in the groups? Haven't they played each in the league phase, I think?
Honestly, I can't remember. Not this time in the morning.
Yeah, so Real Madrid, Man City, Chelsea, PSG, Barcelona, Newcastle. Bodo Glimt, Sporting. Liverpool have just been drawn out. That means Liverpool, there's Ian Rush. Liverpool will play Galatasaray. We've got Atletico Madrid. So Liverpool going to Turkey. That'll be fun, won't it?
That usually does end up a bit of fun with that, doesn't it? The Scousers with the Turks, that usually does kick off over there.
Yeah, and then we've just been drawn out. There's Gary Mabbott. We've just been drawn out. Tottenham will play Atletico Madrid. So I don't know. Is that the first leg at Atleti, right? And then the second leg's at White Hart Lane, I'm pretty sure.
I would presume so. I mean, I'm just seeing it on this. Well, we come up first on it, or is that second? I'm just waiting for it to come up on my screen.
Yeah, I think,
first is Atletico, seconds at Spurs.
Yeah, I think the teams that qualified automatically get the second leg at home. And yeah, so we've got to have Alvarez, Sorloth, Lookman, and Griezmann. That's good. That's nice and easy, isn't it?
Lookman's not good enough for us, so we should deal with him easy,
mate. If ever you're going to put any money on Lookman getting a hat trick, it's got to be against Tottenham, innit?
Don't go there. Don't go there. Like we guys say, didn't score a bloody single goal again until he played us again and scored 2.
Arsenal will be happy with theirs. I think they're playing Leverkusen.
Atalanta and Bayern Munich. Yeah, Leverkusen haven't looked the team they were since they went there. Since they've done that spectacular thing in their league.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, let's have a look, guys. So the draw is this. It's PSG versus Chelsea. They will play the winners of Galatasaray versus Liverpool. On the same side of the draw, Real Madrid versus Man City. Thanks, TNT put it up and after about 10 seconds took it down. Thank you for that. Thank you. Real Madrid or Man City will play Atalanta or Bayern Munich. On the other side of the draw, Spurs or Atletico Madrid will play the winners of Newcastle versus Barcelona. And Bodo v Sporting will play the winners of Leverkusen versus Arsenal. So if Tottenham are to go through, we need to beat Atletico Madrid, then either Newcastle or Barca, and then it will look like it will be Arsenal in the semis. So nice and easy. Atletico Madrid followed probably by Barcelona, probably followed by Arsenal.
Well, either way, it's not going to happen, that one. I mean, the odds have got to be about 1,000,000 to 1. I mean, nothing's impossible. We know that, but that is highly unlikely. As like I said to you earlier, I'm more bothered about the league personally. I mean, this really isn't bothered me now.
I'll tell you what, let's bring this up, shall we? 1 second, Dan. Let me bring this. So this is, if I'm not wrong, I think this is what it is. There you go. So you can see there that it's on the left-hand draw. You've got PSG and Chelsea. They will play the winners of Liverpool and Galatasaray. So, I mean, you'd probably have to say Liverpool versus PSG would probably be the favourites. So that would be a repeat of last year. And then Real Madrid and Man City playing each other. I feel like this is like the 4th or 5th year in a row those two have had to play each other.
All the time, isn't it, them two?
Yeah. But these games used to be rare. Now they seem like they happen all the time. They'll play the winners of Atalanta and Bayern. You'd have to, I don't know about you, Dan, I think you'd have to fancy Bayern Munich to knock out Atalanta over 2 legs for me. But I know. And then on the other side of the draw, Newcastle, Barcelona, they will play the second leg in the Camp Nou. I mean, that's going to be a tough game. Atletico Madrid versus Tottenham, the first leg at Atleti. Normally you would say, brilliant, we get them at home, but our home form is not such that we can celebrate that. And then Bodo v Sporting, a really good chance for one of those 2 clubs to get to the quarterfinals, and they'll play Leverkusen or Arsenal. Dan, off the basis of that, can you pick a Champions League winner? Have you seen anyone that's got a nice route to the final there?
I mean, at the very start of everything before this, I said Munich were my favourites to win it this year. I mean, I would like them to win it with Harry Kane with them, basically. I mean, just looking at it, there's a couple you can put in there, basically. You can say PSG can get through that because Liverpool haven't been too great this year and Chelsea haven't been spectacular either. So I think PSG can get to that final. And then you look on it the other side, I think Munich can outdo City and Real Madrid, because I don't think either of them two look as good as they have been, even though miles leap years ahead of us. I look on the other side, out of all of that, honest to God, I could see a PSG Arsenal or a Munich Arsenal final, because I can see Arsenal getting through on that as well. I hate to say it, but
Dan,
I can.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Unfortunately, I look at that and I go, Arsenal have got to be I know this is horrible, people. I think Arsenal have got to be the favourites on the second half of the draw for me.
Yeah.
I think Arsenal are better than Leverkusen. They're better than Sporting. They're better than Bodo. They're better than Spurs. I think they're better right now than Atleti. They're better than Newcastle. Barcelona, it all depends.
Yeah.
Barcelona can turn it on when they need to, but they're also very gettable at the back, as we saw when we did the Inter games last year. On the left-hand side, I'd love to. I think the left-hand side for me looks more exciting. Like, I think you're going to see what PSG, Liverpool, Bayern versus maybe Man City. Because I don't know about you, Dan. I don't think Real Madrid are good anymore. Like, they're good, but they're not. I don't watch them and go, cool, you are excellent. You know, there's no superstars.
If I'm going to be honest with that, I don't think any club these days is particularly special to what they used to be. This is where we just go back to talking about old school football. Because when I look at football these days, I think football's pretty shambolic to what it was 20 years ago. I know that just makes me sound old, but you look at the standard of player we've got and everything, style of play and everything. To me, it's just gone downhill in such a manner that even a player you would have called good 20 years ago would be world class now. Yeah, I think that's more down to the style of play as well, where there's no flair players anymore. Where are your Figos? Where are your Raos? Where's your Ronaldinhos and everything? And I think when Ronaldo and Messi left, I think they were the last two that basically killed that sort of thing off, basically. I think there's the odd player out there who plays with a bit of flair as such, but teams don't really have that anymore. It's more robotic now. I think the football's a lot more boring, nowhere near as exciting as it was. You get the odd moment here and there, but it's nothing to what it was. And you look at a few of those teams, they're nothing to what they were 10, 15, 20 years ago, sort of thing. I don't think any team is particularly special anymore. They might be special compared to the other teams in the leagues now, and I get that. But to what they were, that is why I struggle with using that world-class player. And I think it's something used way too easy, because someone you call world-class now would barely get called good or very good 15 years ago, sort of thing. But that's just how I see it.
I agree, mate. I mean, I watched bits of the Real Madrid Benfica game the other night, and I looked at the Real Madrid 11. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying these are bad players, Dan. I'm not at all. It's Real Madrid. But when I looked at a lineup of Alexander-Arnold, Rudiger, Asensio, Carreras, Valverde, Camavinga, Tchouaméni, Gula, Garcia, Vinicius Jr., I look at it and I go, yeah, it's good, but where's the... You know, before you'd watch a Real Madrid and you go, God, there's a Zidane. Or, oh my God, Luka Modric and Toni Kroos and Ronaldo and Benzema. It all feels very functional, right? It feels very functional. But this is Real Madrid, and Real Madrid, how many years in the past have we all gone, yeah, Real aren't very good this year? And then next thing you know, they're holding aloft the Champions League.
What was it? Was it 4 years on the trot they done it for? Was it 3 or 4 years on the trot they done? I think it was 4 years on the trot they done it. I mean, the mad thing is with Real Madrid, they've had it at times where you look on the pitch and they have had player for player, probably one of the best player for player teams you could ever see. But it just didn't seem to sink for them in the league as such. Barcelona, majority of the time, would get one over on them.
Yeah.
And I think one of Real Madrid's biggest problems over years, like especially for their league side, was, as I put it, too many Chiefs, not enough Indians.
Yeah.
In that aspect, they had too many quality players in there as such, and I think you can have. It may sound strange.
No, they didn't have the functional side of it. They didn't have.
Yeah,
they had on paper. As I said, we were talking about this yesterday, saying like when PSG had Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar, you want one, maybe two of them in your team. And when you've got three, you go, hang on, what about the other side of the game? What about the work rate? What about the cogs in the wheel? And this is why when you look at when a lot of teams, you look at that great Barcelona team, right? If we look at the Barcelona team that had Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta in midfield, right? They had Messi, obviously the Maverick, so to speak, but they always had people that worked hard. David Villa, Pedro, Henri, they all worked hard. So I think you've got to strike that balance, haven't you, between being a good functional football team and having that ability and flair. You've got to have both.
It's like if you have too much flair in there, because usually a flair player, from what I always found, is usually a bit more of a greedy player as such. Yep, they get their passing or whatever, but they're that little bit more greedy to make that run, to get that shot, whatever. And if you've got too many of them at the front, there's going to be one, he's going to take more chance when there's a 90% chance it goes in. He's going to take that 50-50 chance as such. And you have too much of that, especially up front, that could cause you troubles, basically. I mean, it all looks lovely on paper, don't get me wrong, but this is why, like, if we sit here and name the best team ever we can put out, the question is with it is, would it actually work?
Yeah. You can pick the best 11 players you can think of. Like when people pick their greatest ever 11, and then you've got like a front three of like Pele, Maradona, Messi, or Ronaldo, whatever, and you go, okay, and then you've got Zidane, Ronaldinho in midfield, and you're like, okay, hang on, who's winning the ball back? Who's who's defending?
And you look at it, and they're all that skillful, that flary, basically. Like, would it even work together? You'd end up with massive conflicts on the pitch between the players, basically, where they're all fighting for that bit of flair as such.
Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting one because Pep Guardiola seems to take the blame for a lot of things in football, right? So like Joe has said, talent and flair have been killed off by robotic managers like Pep and Arteta. Joe, the problem for me is Pep Guardiola, for me, has produced two of the greatest teams I've ever seen play football, which really kills this argument for me. His Barcelona team was the greatest team I've ever seen. His Barcelona team that were sweeping Real Madrid 5-0, Arsenal 4-1. They just swept beside everyone with some of the best football I've ever seen. His Man City team a few years ago was sensational to watch with Silva, De Bruyne, Ramirez, and Rodri. And the problem that you've got now is I think too many people have tried to copy Pep, but without really that being their mantra. And what I mean by that, Dan, is Pep grew up at Barcelona, right? So all Pep knows is that tiki-taka, that passing, that style of possession-based football. When you see managers try and do that with players that aren't capable of doing that, it looks robotic. It looks stiff.
Yeah.
Because they're not Xavi. They're not Iniesta. They're not Messi. Do you know what I mean? You can either do it, I think, or you can't as a player, in my opinion.
It's the same. It's the same as basically any player. I mean, to get the best out of your team, you got to get the right formation for that team, and to get the very best out of them, you got to get as many players in that team playing to what they are actually best at. Is the way I see it. Some people say that a player isn't or hasn't been world class because he could only play on the right wing. He couldn't handle the left wing as such. Well, no, he's a world class player on the right wing because that's where he plays. He's just not as universal as other players, and I don't think that stops a player from getting called world class or whatever. He's just world class on what he does. No, he's just not as universal as other players that can do it on the left or on the right or in the middle as such. Okay, it's more convenient having a player who can play in 2 positions, 3 positions even. That's very convenient, especially if he's just as good in each position as such. But that's where you got to find out. I mean, I think that's what Xavi done with Leverkusen that year. If you actually look at their team, that's some very good players, but bar 2 of them, maybe nothing special on there as such. It wasn't better than the Bayern Munich team if you go paper for paper. He just got that team in the right formation and got everybody playing to what they were at their very best at, and it showed. And that's where I stick with something I say. You can make a pretty average team if you get the whole sync right. You can actually make that very average team actually look pretty good. And then we go back to the other side of it, like with the Real Madrid lot. On paper, you would say Real Madrid have possibly had the best team ever out there if you went player for player on paper. But they just couldn't get it rolling properly, 100% as such, as why Barcelona kept doing them in the league.
Completely agree. That's why teams like Brentford, Bournemouth, but that's why these guys do well. It's not about they've got 11 amazing players. They buy the players that suit the system and they get the best out of them. I think too many managers now are constantly trying to make players play in positions that they don't play. You know, when we go, oh, I think he'd be good there. He'd be good there. It's easy to say that, but if that's not your natural position, you're not going to get the best out of someone, right? You know,
Porro, he's not a right back.
Right, there you go. He's not. It's not. And people say, oh, well, it's only 10 yards further up the pitch or further back. Yeah, but the dynamic of the game is completely different in a back four to wing backs. You know, it's completely different how you know, where you are on the pitch, when you have to get back, you know, the runs people making behind you, how the centre back and the back three comes and covers you. But, you know, they did, but they always were terrible in the Champions League, right? And this is the problem. In France, they would have battered everybody. But in the Champions League, that team, every year, I remember for years, Dan, every year it was, oh, PSG will win the Champions League. PSG will win the Champions League. And they never did. Then when they broke that up, it clicked. They started buying for the team and not the individual. And it really clicked. Don't get me wrong. If you've got one of these boys in your team, you're laughing, right? You know what I mean? If you've got one of them in your team, you're laughing. When you've got all three, it becomes a bit of a showboating session. It becomes a little bit more about aesthetics versus outcomes, if that makes sense.
I mean, that season that them three had together, though, in the league, I mean, what was it? Over 100 goals between all three of them.
Oh, sorry.
Over the season, wasn't it?
Sorry, I read this wrong, Dan. I read this wrong. Sorry. I literally just read that as Messi and Mbappe. And I'm like, yeah, no, they did. They did. But the difference was Suarez is an absolute workhorse of a striker.
Yes.
Got to remember that. Suarez, for all of his goals, would press, run in behind, work the channels, tackle back. And you've got to remember, Messi was younger in that day as well. So Messi was getting back and working hard. Sorry, yeah, completely get you.
Suarez, for me, very underrated player in the aspect is he never gets mentioned. Basically, by a lot of people when they talk about quality players and that, he's one that doesn't get mentioned. Like another one who I hardly ever hear anyone mention that I still think was, I mean, if he was about now, he'd probably be the best player on the planet. Was Raul from Real Madrid?
Class.
Another player that hardly ever gets mentioned, basically.
Class. Yeah,
but Suarez,
the problem is
player.
In those eras, this is the difference, right? In this era, people talk about Mbappe, Messi, Ronaldo because there's few of them, right? Back in the day, Raul was one of many top players across the world. So he probably didn't get the let me talk like one of the 12-year-olds. He probably didn't get the flowers he deserved. But you're right. Again, look, in that era, you had Raul, you had Del Piero, you had Vialli, Ravanelli, Batistuta, George Weah, Tony Yeboah, Shearer. There was just so many, Fonseca, and there were so many of them. Now, you look at the Premier League right now, you look at the top goal scorers in the Premier League, Dan, right? Honestly, let's have a look. Premier League, right? Premier League top scorers, right? So you've got Erling Haaland. Right. After that, the next five are Igor Thiago, Semenyo, who's a winger, João Pedro, who's not necessarily a number 9, Ekatike, who's got 10, and then Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Like, when you look at that list 15, 20 years ago would have been Fowler, Owen, Wright, Shearer, Sheringham, Sutton. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, just
the list goes on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, and again, it's like I said. It's like I said, Shah. There aren't many players these days that I think you would call. I mean, just out of question, you look at. I'd say the two best strikers on the planet here and now at the moment I know Haaland hasn't done too great of late, but I'd probably say it's Haaland and Kane. I'd say the two best strikers at the moment
Without a
around.
doubt. Without a doubt.
Go back 20 years ago, would you actually call them two world class? Or would they just be very good?
For me, again, it's very difficult, right? If you went back 20 years ago, those two would be in with a bunch of brilliant strikers.
Mhm.
It's easier
Yeah.
to stand out now because as you said, look, Dan, that was the Premier League, right? If I look at
Shevchenko when he was at AC Milan with Inzaghi, for God's sake.
mate, class players everywhere. And the thing is, Dan, all these clubs had 3 or 4 of them. They had players coming off the bench that would score goals. Like if I look at La Liga right now, right? This is the La Liga top goal scorers. So you've got Mbappe. Obviously, you would expect him to be there. After that, you've got Mariki of Mallorca, Ferran Torres, Budimir of Osasuna, Yamal, Oyarzabal, Iglesias, and then Vinicius Jr. And it's like, where are the out and out goal scorers? Where are the number 9s that lived and breathed scoring goals? Like
number 9 is for a while. It's only been that one up front, hasn't it? It used to be 2 up front, basically, or even 3 at times. They'd literally play not far off 3 strikers on there as such. But I used to prefer it with obviously 2 strikers up there. That's obviously why strikers. I mean, again, I think football
calling
goes.
Haaland overrated. Imagine calling Erling Haaland overrated. This is where we're at. I mean, these two are the best 2 strikers in world football, and we're calling Erling Haaland overrated. The guy is the quickest player to ever get to 100 Premier League goals. Right? Like, what are we? Come on. Sorry, come on. Sorry, Dan. Sorry.
That's right. I think football, like everything in life in that aspect, goes round in a circle and comes back on itself. Take fashion, for example. It always takes a slow click round the block, basically, and then comes back on itself. Like at the moment, you got people going out there and wearing flared up bloody jeans and stuff like that. And that's not for me, but that's the fashion that comes back in. And usually the fashion also works with the music, which seems to go round in a circle as well as such.
Yeah.
And I think football sort of does the same sort of thing as well, where it goes round to a certain way and then slowly starts coming back on itself, like it has done in the Premier League, where it's got a lot more less skillful and just more, how shall I put it, more getting a bit more stuck into a game, a bit more down to using set pieces that much more and stuff like that again. I think football's sort of gone round in its circle a bit and will probably go round again, and certain formations getting used again which weren't getting used, and it goes round in its circle. And yeah, basically it just goes round in its circle and comes back on itself, really. I find that with a lot of things.
When I went to the pub 5 years ago, nearly everyone would be wearing a suit jacket, right? Nearly everyone's wearing a suit jacket. Now you go to the pub, not so much. Next year, it might be suit jackets come back in. Do you know what I mean? You're right. Things go round and round. By the way, sorry, I had to do this. I know when people say it's just my opinion, but I'm sorry. I had to get up Erling Haaland's stats, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look at this is just phenomenal. This is absolutely, anyone saying he is overrated. He has 107 league goals in 124 games. He has 308 goals in 384 games, right? For Man City, he's got 153 goals in 100. Erling Haaland for Norway has 55 goals in 48 games. This is just ridiculous stats. Like, if we're going to say he's overrated, then every other player in world football, we may as well just call shit.
As a striker in modern day, you cannot say he's overrated. I mean, that's the other thing as well. Like I was saying to you about going round in the circle as such, there's lack of strikers out there, because even though, how do I put this? Even though they're definitely obviously needed, it's not the same amount of them needed as such because you're not playing two up front. You're playing one up front. There's not many that plays with two up front.
Sorry, my door's gone. My door's gone. One second.
And strikers are, I mean, these days you look at it, to go and get a decent striker, it's very few and far between, isn't it? It's probably one of the hardest ones out there to actually get now. Whereas you go back like 10, 15, 20 years ago, strikers were everywhere. And you had the world-class ones and you had very good ones at that as well. Because your average team had at least 3 to 4 strikers in that actually team because they played with two up front. Now you look at it, everyone plays with one up front, or I'd say 9 out of 10 do anyway, just play with one up front. And at one stage, it was going where strikers were easy enough to get. If not, you couldn't get your world-class one because you're a smaller team as such, but you can get a very good one still because there was a list out there. But at one stage, it was defenders. A good, solid, world-class, hardcore defender at one stage was very hard to get. And that's where I find football just goes in its circles, basically. I mean, and then you look at midfield now. Try and get yourself an out-and-out old-school playmaker sort of thing. What I was just saying there, Sava, was basically at one stage you could get strikers everywhere, if not world-class. You still had bare talent out there that nearly, I'd say, 3/4 of a team would have a quality or a very good striker because there were so many of them to go about. That's why certain teams you look at as smaller teams or not world-class teams back then could still go and get a quality player because there was just enough of it to go about. Whereas now there isn't. And it was hard to get a defender at one point. Now, where strikers aren't needed as much because you only play with one up front, not two up front, they're very few and far between, but there's plenty of defenders out there. Whereas at one stage, to go and actually get yourself a solid world-class defender or a very good defender, at one time was harder than getting a striker.
Look, you're absolutely right. I think it goes in cycles, doesn't it? It goes in stages. There are people mentioning strikers that back in the day were just being considered good, but right now would be scoring loads. People like Mark Viduka, Yakubu. You know, these players weren't considered world class, but right now, you look, the second top goal scorer in the Premier League is Igor Thiago. Like, with no offense to him, but this is his first proper season in the Premier League, and the man is the second top goal scorer. I would like to see
Les Ferdinand. Les Ferdinand now would be a quality striker,
mate.
and he was just
Darren
considered.
Huckabee, Les Ferdinand,
good
Crouchy.
then, weren't they? Yeah, they was just good then, weren't they? Because no, they weren't up to the standards of other ones that it was about. But you look at them now, you go put Les Ferdinand in the Premier League now, there's a high chance he gets called a world-class player, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And look, there was loads, Freddie Canute and Hasselbank and Ida Gudjonsson. And there were so many good strikers. Now, I think what frustrates me as a football fan, again, this is only me as a football fan, is when I watch the game and everyone's trying to overcomplicate what is a simple game for me. When I see one up top, you think, oh, bloody hell, that guy now is going to be a workhorse. That guy now has got to press more than ever before. But what I liked about it in the old days was you knew what you were getting from a strike partnership. You knew what you were getting from Heskey Owen. You knew what you were getting from Hasselbank Gudjonsson or from, Berbatov and Keane. You knew what you were getting. You knew one of them would do all the work and hold the ball, and the other one was just floating in and around the box trying to find goals. Now it's all a bit, like look at Spurs. When Dominic Solanke plays, again, I don't think Dominic Solanke's great, but Dominic Solanke's got a great work rate. He presses, he works hard. But when that's the first thing you're saying about a striker, Dan, that they press, that they've got work rate, you know that the standard of players has gone downhill, right? When that is the first attribute you give to a striker.
I think the mad thing is, I mean, this is going to sound quite contradicting on how I'm going to put this. How do you describe this one? I mean, we were saying earlier that football's been made quite robotic now, and it's a lot more of a team game with less flair in there as such,
Yeah.
But it's more of a team game, but I feel more is expected of every player on that pitch than there ever has been as such. Like a goalkeeper, for instance. It was basically what's his name from Germany? Name's gone bloody blank now. Who started it off as the sweeper keeper thing? Started it all off again like 20 years, 15 years ago. Manuel
So like
Neuer.
Oliver Kahn.
No, Neuer. He was goal
Oh,
line.
Manuel Neuer. Sorry, Manuel Neuer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. He basically was the one who got that rolling in as a sweeper keeper again. These days, a keeper can't just be an old school Peter Cech.
Yeah, no, they got to be able to play.
Can't just sit on his line and do what a goalkeeper used to have to do. Basically, now he needs to be able to control the ball to an extent. Now he needs to be able to come off his line a lot more. Now he needs to be able to even pass that ball long and short and control the ball. Whereas basically, as all the goalkeeper had to do how many years ago was just toe punt the bloody thing. Now a goalkeeper actually needs to be able to, an extent, be able to play football, not just be the goalkeeper. Now you look at defenders. Defenders now have to do more than they ever have done because defenders now are expected to press that much further up the pitch, almost into a DM or a centre mid role, and also be able to play it out of defence and pass the ball, this and that. Whereas you go back to a goalkeeper again, defender again. When in doubt, kick it out, get rid of the thing, yeah, and take it from there. Then you look at midfielders, what they're expected to do now. They're almost expected to push forward, not far off into a striker's role. Yeah, now you look at what a striker has to do. He's almost expected to be able to come back and be a midfielder as well. And you think...
It's been overcomplicated, Dan. Like, yeah. You think back in the day, the two wingers in a football team, they offered you width. They went on the outside. They were tasked with getting crosses into the box and coming back and supporting the fullback. Nowadays with wingers, it's, are they going to hug the touchline? Do they drive inside? Do they get enough goals? Do they get enough assists? Are they tracking back? Can they invert? And it's
you can't just be a winger. You have to be an inside forward as well.
Right.
But it's meant to be more of a team game. But if anything, there's more expected on every single player through it being spread out as more of a team game as such. You look at the reason you had two strikers and the way it usually worked, you usually had that little poacher and then you had your target man, your workhorse. Or, again, you had your target man, then you had your very late one who was significantly lazier than the other player, but just had that flair and skill about him where he could put it in the back of the net or pull off a good pass for the target man to head it in or whatever. I mean, look at Robbie Keane and Defoe, for example. You look at Robbie Keane, definitely a target man, definitely a workhorse. Defoe, he'd wait for his moment and then be that little fox in the box, basically.
Yeah.
And apart from that, what else did you really see off him? Not complaining about it, but he could have played like that.
Yeah, that was his job,
because
right?
that was the team, basically. That was the way them two worked together.
Like this comment kind of sums that up, right? Like how would a Gary Lineker at his prime doing this style of football now? Because Gary Lineker's game was get in that box,
same as
finish off chances.
Yeah, almost to an extent what we expected Johnson to do, basically. Basically do nothing else on the pitch except tap it in when you got the chance. And no one really cares how the goal goes in there as long as it goes in the back of the net. But like I was saying, it's been spread out as more of this team game and looked at as such and robotic. But being made by more of a team game, it's basically made it harder for nearly every player on the pitch because they're expected to do twice as much of what they used to do as such. So I know it contradicts what I'm saying, but it's meant to have been spread out as this more of a team game, yet every player has to do that much work and is expected to do more. Your striker can't just be a striker or he has to be a poacher, he has to be a target man, he has to be able to try and feed himself, not that many can, but he's almost expected to sit back into midfield as well and be able to pass the ball. The wingers can't. It's about being an inside forward at the same time as well. I mean, how many playmakers are there out there now? I mean, if anything, you'd say Maddison in the Premier League is one of very, very far and few between.
Yeah, Maddison.
That you would call an old school playmaker.
Yeah, Foden,
of who wouldn't necessarily be a work engine, but they get that ball, and before the ball comes to their feet, they already knew what they wanted to do. Like Eriksen, for example. These days, like Del Piero used to do it like that, and you can go through the players. Whereas now, how many actual playmakers are there out there now? What you consider a playmaker?
But you know, the thing is, Dan, as well, a lot of it is nowadays, if you get a player that tries through balls, that tries that skillful thing, all that happens is they get hammered because they go, oh, do you know so-and-so lost the ball 8 times today? And everyone makes a huge, great big deal about it. Back in the day, when we grew up watching football and you were watching insert playmaker, insert Zola, Bergkamp, whoever you want, Kinkladze, Ginola. When did anybody ever talk about ball recoveries, number of through balls attempted, number of times dispossessed? Letitia, for example, we watched them and we went, God, look, that man's capable of that moment of magic. Now, every player after every game is analysed. Well, that player today, he had 19 passes, 7 of them made it, 12 dispossessed, blah, blah. And you're like, it's way too much for everybody. It's way too much in-depth analysis. It used to be like assists never really used to be a thing. Like back in the day, it used to be, this is the top goal scorer chart, right? If you remember, when we grew up, this is the top goal scorer chart.
There was no such thing as GA and all that, was there?
No, it was these guys provide, this guy, he scored 26 goals, he scored 12 goals, he's got whatever it may be. Now, we are judging players purely every game on that. And I get it with a lot of players, you know, you've got to have output, of course, but we're going, oh, so-and-so had a shit game today because he didn't score. Like, yeah, but okay, did you see him lay off the ball for that goal? Did you see him win the corner? Did you see, like, it's a very strange data-driven statistical world now, which for me overcomplicates what should be a very simple game. Let me give you an example, Dan, right? Not up front, but at the back. So I saw a stat the other day that came up with, there was this big argument about Radu Dragusin and his performance against Arsenal. And then a stat was released from the number of clearances in the Premier League from last weekend's games, right? And Radu Dragusin was like above any other Premier League defender by a mile. Like, I think it was like by 8 or 9 clearances. And someone went, oh my God, see, you all said he was shit, but look how great he was. And then somebody else came in and went, but does the number of clearances actually tell you the story about how good the clearance was? Why did he have to make the clearance? Did his clearance go out for a corner unnecessarily? Did his clearance land at the and I looked at it and went, this is why you can't just look at that stat and go, like, on its own, Dan, really impressive that he's had the most clearances. Really impressive. Break it down a bit more and you go,
it's
you know
like
what
when
I mean?
you say someone said 95% clean passes. Yeah. 80% of them was 6 yards to the fella next to him.
Right.
It basically lies, doesn't it? In its own way. This is why you can't, in my opinion, you can't go by stats all the time. Because if you go by stats wise, you can actually look at that player and just say, do you know what? He's had a solid game today. And then when you actually realize that the passes were either 6 yards that way or 5 yards that way, basically, now all of a sudden you realize why 90% of his passes were spot on to the player's foot, basically, because he only had to pass it 6 foot next to him or behind him or whatever. And the way quite a few things are put now, it does complicate it a lot more. And on paper, it makes a player look like he's had a significantly better game than he actually has. But it can also make a player look like he's had a worse game than what he's had. I think it complicates it a lot more, and that's
Winks
where
and Skip had this,
stats do lie.
Yeah, Winks and Skip had this a lot. Winks and Skip. Let's be fair. Spurs for about a decade produced a lot of midfielders from our academy that all played safe, right? You looked at Mason, you looked at Winks, you looked at Skip, you looked at Tommy Carroll, Nabil Bentaleb, all of them lovely little safe 5-yard pass, right? Keep the ball, and that's fine. But then we go, cool, Harry Winks today had a 97% pass rate. And you go, that's fine. But Dan, me or you could have a 97% pass rate if all we're doing is passing back to our centre-back or to our fullback. And then we'll receive it again, and then I'll give it 5 yards. Now, that's okay having a player like that, because you looked at someone like a Sergio Busquets, for example, who was, for me, one of the greatest in that position. Like, he was Rodri before Rodri. Sergio Busquets would do that 90 minutes week in, week out. Right? So no one ever, I never had to watch Barcelona and then go and have a look at what did Sergio Busquets do today. My eyes told me, bloody hell, he's good. But now we're using it to bash everyone, every single game, but we're using it to praise them as well. So, for example, when Lubo's debating with me about Gray, he'll go, God, you see him today, he completed 16 or 20 passes. And you're like, cool, that's great. But my eyes told me that in the game, he didn't do anything that I went, that's a great midfield performance. Steven Gerrard, I think we can agree, right? Steven Gerrard, one of the best midfielders that's played in the Premier League, right? I'd like to think we could probably all agree on that, right?
One of the best all round, without a doubt.
I don't need to look back at any stats or data to tell me that Steven Gerrard was a great footballer. I don't need to look at his pass percentage game by game, week by week, month by month. But now we seem to need to do it. And I want to see that a player's been good. I don't want to be told. I don't want someone to need to come to the table with data to tell me. I want to see with my eyes that they've had a good game. That's the sort of person I am, Dan. I need to see that they've had a good game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. That's why I feel stats aren't always facts as such. It's like when they say pictures don't lie. Well, that's not true at all. Pictures can be very lying. In the aspect, like it's happened to me before, where you get a picture taken off of you and you weren't expecting the picture, and all you was doing was looking over to the right, and there was someone else standing there. You weren't actually looking at them, but the camera looks like you're looking at them, and you're not. Pictures can be very deceiving as well, same as stats. I mean, like on the question, and I agree with what you say. It's also what you see on the pitch or what you see on the game as such, whether you're watching it on pitch. You can see things when you're there different to how people see it on a TV. Now, on a TV, I think you see more than you're actually there. But there's certain things that you will see more of when you're actually there instead of on the TV.
Sure.
But that's where your eyes won't necessarily lie to you in the aspect of you're going to see him making the 5-yard, 10-yard pass here, there, and it's all going great. Now he's got that chance of that direct ball going forward to the striker. Does he make that pass? That's the one that proper matters, not necessarily the one that was 5 yards next to him. And what Lee said on here on 11:55, I mean, I think that's a fair question.
Hang on, I'll get there. I promise. 11:55. This?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point. Stats were introduced to inflate players' prices. Something to measure. Quite possibly, because that's what I mean. It's like if you're just going on a scouting system, like we all know pretty much every club does it now, but goes by the stats as such, well, they can be quite deceiving and quite lying, like we've just did. So if you're buying the player on just the stats, surely you want your scout going out there and actually watching what he's doing during the game as well.
This is all Moneyball, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is all Moneyball. Have you seen the film Moneyball with Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is that, isn't it? It's because it worked once for a team that said, right, if we put all of these stats for each person and each position in the team, we will win. But Dan, let's go back to, I didn't need stats, right? I didn't need stats to tell me that Toby Alderweireld was an excellent defender. Right? I don't know about you. I didn't need stats to tell me that Moussa Dembele ran a game of football in the midfield. I didn't care how many misplaced passes. I cared that I watched the game and went, your quality. And listen, I like stats. I think stats are important when we're analysing. Like if I'm putting stats together over 3 years of performances, those stats are really, really important. But if I'm going to use them game to game to judge who had a good game, for me, like, let's be fair, Xavi Simons, right? Whatever people think of Xavi Simons, look at the hate he is getting because he was dispossessed so many times against Arsenal. But notice, anybody that's saying that stat, Dan, by the way, I'm not in no way saying that Xavi Simons had a good game against Arsenal. But when they're going, he got dispossessed this many times, no one's taken into context, okay, why? Who was around him? Was there anyone for him to look up and pass to? You know, did he have 3 men around him that constantly kept taking? You know, there's always information available that adds context to the statistic. Do you know what I mean? And I just think we've gone so deep as football fans into caring about statistical analysis that we're not actually using these to see who is a good footballer.
It's pretty much like everything in life now, isn't it? It's pretty much like everything that I'm surprised. you watch, give it another year or two, there'll probably no such thing as a stat, and they'll just ask Chat GPT to do it for them, basically. Who's going to give me the stats, basically? And that's probably how it's going to go. I mean, with Simmons, I've got big questions on him because I just don't know if he's made for the Premier League on the physicality side of it. Yep, we'll see how he does next season, if he's even here next season, if we even stay up. But I'll start judging more on next season. So far, the games I've seen him play best in are the games where he's actually had a bit of time to himself on the ball for a couple of seconds.
Sure.
As why I think he's looked better out in Europe, because it's a bit more widespread in Europe. You get that little bit more time on the ball as such. That's one thing the Premier League is known for. You don't get much time on the ball. But then against Arsenal, there was 3 ways you see him lose the ball, and one of them wasn't his fault. You could even say 2 of them to an extent wasn't his fault. I see him lose the ball because he made the wrong decision or his ball control was pretty poor at times. But then I also saw him lose the ball that as soon as he got it, there was 2 people on him. And I also saw him lose the ball because he stopped dead where he was.
Yeah, he's looking to the right, looking to the left.
And there was nobody there.
Yeah.
So
no, you're
one
right.
of them, I can put it on him that he lost the ball a couple of times because of his own fault. But 2 of them, can you really blame him when there's 2-3 people sitting on him straight away? I mean, not even Messi would have got out of that a majority of the time. Yes, I'm not saying he never did, but 3 people on you is a bit much, basically. That's more than a sandwich, basically. And also, when you get into that position, and I've seen this actually happen with Simmons a couple of times at Spurs, where he's actually got forward and then he's looked. No one there to put it forward. No one either side.
Yeah, there's no one out wide for him to.
And he's been a bit lost. So I've seen that happen to him as well. So I can give it that bit of leeway with that. I just don't know if he's physically cut for the Premier League.
I agree, but you know what I want to see with him? The same as I want to see with like a Gallagher, the same that I want to see with a Kudus. I want to see when we have a settled team with a plan, with an actual way of playing, that is when I want to see Gallagher, Simmons, Kudus, and I want to see, right, okay, here's the way we play every week. This is the formation. These boys now play in their best position. How good are you? Because Kudus, for the first half of the season, never had anyone to pass to, would hold the ball up, but no one's up there to help him out. Xavi Simmons now, he's looking around, right, who have I got to pass to? Nope, by the time that's happened, he's got 2-3 men on him. You put those 2 now into Poch's really good team, you're seeing a very different player, right? If Xavi Simmons was playing in the number 10 role with Dembele and Wanyama behind him, and he's got Kane down there, Son there, Eriksen there, suddenly you look different. And that's what I want to see. And that's why I'll say as well, the people that are jumping on Conor Gallagher's back, Conor Gallagher's played about 5 or 6 games with Tottenham Hotspur, right? In that time, Dan, we've played 3 at the back, we've played 4 at the back, we've played 3 in centre mid, 2 in centre mid, 2 up top, 1 up top. He's played number 6, number 8, number 10. He's played right wing. He's played right wing back. You know, when you think, I want to see, when you bring in a player like Conor Gallagher, I want to see you give him the role that he had at Chelsea in a settled team. That's when you see the best of a footballer. But
I think
we've got too many like this now that are constantly, and to an extent, I feel sorry for Lubo's boy Gray. Whilst I don't rate him as a footballer,
he's playing here, and here.
Yeah, at least I want to see, okay, for 2 years, we should have been seeing now every one of Archie Gray's minutes for Tottenham Hotspur in the last 2 years should have been, and again, remove my feelings, what I think of him, every one of the minutes we should have seen from Archie Gray should have been, right, we bought him. He's a centre mid. Let's let him sink or swim as a central midfielder.
Correct.
But when I'm seeing him at right wing back, now, is he good enough for me? No. But as a right wing back, I can't judge him on what he does as a right wing back. He's not a right back either. He's not got the physicality to play there. You know, so that's Gallagher, Kudus, Xavi Simmons, players like Archie Gray, Bergvall to another extent. Until we get a settled team, have a manager that goes, right, this is my way of playing, this is how we're going to play, I can't turn around and go, I don't think Xavi Simmons will make it. Because this year, who can you turn around really, guys, and say this year has had a really good year and has really come to the party and done very well?
It's been so mixed up. I mean, in that aspect, I'm all for one to say that game by game you have to adapt. But it doesn't mean you have to change the entire mentality of your game as such. Maybe the odd one, maybe one or two you do where you just have to go significantly more defensive or significantly more attacking. But you don't have to change the whole system. When I say adapt, if anything, I put it the wrong way, and it's more like the odd tweaks you've got to do. And the example I always give is if you're playing with someone and you know they have got a solid right winger, then you adapt your game a little bit, that maybe you push out a bit more to that side to cover him a bit. That's what I call adapting to games as such. And maybe the odd game here or there, you change a formation as such, the odd game. But I think I'm at that point now where I just wish Spurs had a style of play. And as all I've heard over the years, and had this debate with so many people, that is not the Spurs way of playing. This is the Spurs way of playing. No, it's not. Spurs haven't had a set way of playing for over 60 years. They have not played consistently one style of football over that amount.
He's really
I want us to have a set way of playing.
You've only just arrived.
Fair enough.
I'm not
I want us to have.
I'm not answering.
I want us to. Well, this wasn't actually aimed at you. I'm just saying what I want.
I know.
Yes, I would actually like us to have a set style of play now. I would, and then you can go. You can make more club buys as such, because like where we got Gallagher in, you knew he was going to work for the next manager.
Yeah, no, of course.
Basically.
But Dan, we've got
and
to
if we do stick to a style of play and stop going from an out-and-out striker to a more defensive, to one who uses wing-backs, to one who don't use his wing-backs, I get how that totally screws up a team, because you look at this team now and it's so made for like 3 different managers. You can see it's got different managers all over it, basically.
5 or 6 different managers.
Yeah,
Dan, if we're going to
so
really
maybe
honest,
we do need to find this way and stick to it consistently.
Absolutely.
And what I mean by the Spurs style of play is there has not been a consistent style of play that Spurs have used.
Yeah, you had periods. You had periods, didn't you? So Lubo, for example, when we had Harry Redknapp as manager, we all knew how Harry wanted to play, right? Harry Redknapp had the back 4, didn't move away from it, and it was all about the wing play, wasn't it? He had the 2 out and out wide men, and then he had he had a Van der Vaart, a Cranchar, somebody in that hole that would thread balls wide, play it into the big centre forward, whether it was Crouchy or whatever, hold the ball up. And you knew when you were buying people for Redknapp's system, you saw it in Redknapp's first window, right? Redknapp went out and went, Palacios, yeah, that you suit my system. Jermaine Defoe, you suit my system.
Palacios,
we don't have that anymore.
Palacios was then replaced by Scott Parker.
Yes.
Modric was the constant. He pushed Bale up, and then he had Bale and Lennon as wingers, and he had Van der Vaart in behind Crouch, I think, at the end, didn't he? And
yes,
and that was it was attacking football, and I think that's what Spurs in their best periods of history have been known for, and that's why it's known as the Spurs way. But you're right, Dan. We've been saying this all along. If you keep, unless you actually have a set philosophy at the club and the style of football that you want to play, you then bring in the players to fit that style of play. So if
I agree.
If the manager fails, you bring another manager in to replace him. You've still got the same players. The turnover of players is not ridiculous, which it has been. I mean, look how many players have gone in the last 3 years. This squad is virtually the squad we've got is virtually the last 2 or 3 years. That's it. And Ange brought in 18 players. Before that, Paratici brought in 3 or 4. There's 22.
Cool.
There's 22 players that have been brought in. Plus, how many did Frank bring in? 5, 6, 6.
I mean, I think me and you agreed on it as well.
Yeah. So there's 28 players since Ange came in.
That's
in July 23, 2.5 years, 26.
But with no style, right? Like for example,
the only players you've got left, you've literally got a handful like Davis, like Romero, like Porro. There aren't many.
You have a look at use Man City, for example, right? Again, I'm not comparing us to them, But when Man City lose Pep Guardiola, whether I don't think he'll ever be sacked, by the way, but when Pep decides to leave Man City, it would be like Man City going out and getting a completely defensive, negative manager, yet all of your players or most of your players are ball possession, attacking type footballers, and then going. Hang on, just quickly, right? And then saying to Cherky, saying to Bernardo Silva, saying to Foden, to Doku, no, don't go forward. No, don't keep the ball. We're a team now that we give the possession to the other. You couldn't do it, right? But Spurs have gone possession, defensive, possession, defensive, possession, defensive, outright attack, outright defense. And now when people are going, this is our best 11, that's our best 11, this is how we should play, none of us know. No, let's be fair, right. None of us know right now, do we?
That's right. When Pep does go, you can expect someone like a Luis Enrique to come into.
Of course.
That would make sense.
Luis Enrique would walk in, all the players will go, okay, it's going to be different to Pep, but the same as Pep, if that makes sense. Like it's going to be different tactics, same philosophy.
Sure.
Right? And
that's what we need. We haven't had this. There's been no organisation in terms of backroom. I mean, I'll just go back. Where are we? Number 2, put together a plan with a short, mid and long-term strategy. There has been none of that, literally since Venables left in '93. So we're 33 years nearly down the line, down the road, and nothing's changed. But it's interesting. I was just flicking through the comments and I saw somebody early on say about Spurs front line in '91 of Paul Stewart, Gazza and Lineker. Were they sort of like working on Spurs Arsenal semi-final and we're going to play them in the Champions League semi-final? Was that the link on your show after the draw save?
It's like what I mean by the set style of play.
We got to get past Atletico and Barcelona to get there.
I think a lot of people look and say the Spurs style of play is attacking flair football. I think that's more down to because that's when we've looked our best as such over years when we've played that way. But I think me and you, Lou, even came to an agreement on here that over the past 60 years, there has been no consistent Spurs style of play as such. It's been 3 years here, 2 years there, 5 years here, and then different way for the next 5 years, and then a bit of this and a bit of that. That's not a consistent set style of Spurs way for me. No, whereas you look at other teams like Man U played a consistent way basically for like 20 years under Fergie. Arsenal done it consistently under Wenger. Other teams have always had their set style of play where they've played that way more over, say, 50 years than less. With us, it's been so much all over the place and patched up. This is why I sit there and say Spurs don't have a set, consistent style of play as such.
I think, Dan, you had it Nicholson from 58 to 74. Then you had a couple of years before Birkinshaw took over in 76. He played with flair, 76, 84. Couple of years under Peter Shreves, again, not with flair. Pleat came in 87. The football was fabulous. Then Venables came in, took it through to 91. I think Dougie Livermore carried it on under Venables till 93. And since then, since Venables has gone, it's been a complete mishmash. And you've had...
And that's what I mean about the consistent style of play, basically. And the other thing is, if Spurs style of play and people say this is the Spurs way to play, which is with flair, well, in that aspect, sorry, it's 2026. People don't play like that anymore.
But look, I think the interesting thing is, I feel that we get lost in translation when we're talking about playing with flair. No team can play with flair for 90 minutes. It's not outright skillful flair football for 90 minutes. Even if you look at again, I use the greatest team I've ever seen, Barcelona. That Barcelona team under Pep is the greatest football I've ever seen. They would have spells in the game where flying forward, you think they're going to score 5 or 6 in 10 minutes. Then they would have spells for 15, 20 minutes where they just keep the ball. Just keep the ball, keep it away from their own goal. But I think when people get caught up with flair, first of all, you've got to have flair players, of which there aren't many. Let's be brutally honest. There aren't many flair players in the world now that you can play that way. I think people are getting confused, guys. hang on, I'll come back to that in a minute. I think people are getting confused with possession-based football, flair football, and outright skill. Possession-based football is very different. You can dominate a ball for 90 minutes, but not have flair. You can have really good technical passers, but not have any flair anywhere in the team.
Yeah.
Or you can have both, like the Barcelona team had flair galore. Pedro, Villa, Messi, Henry, Iniesta, like flair. Right now,
there aren't many in the Premier League now, are there?
No.
Cherky's one.
Oh, yes. Players like Cherky, now they turn it on. They've got that.
Yeah.
They've got that every now and then, those moments where they're doing their Rabonas and they're doing their little back heels. But when you look realistically, look at Liverpool, right? So if you take Liverpool, for example, the current Premier League champions, Liverpool, really well-organised team, hard-working midfield, you would say, with Gravenberch and Alexis McAllister, good players.
Functional up front, would you say?
I would say I would even say from Mo Salah, I would say he's not a flair player. He's an output player. He scores loads of goals, but I don't watch Mo Salah bamboozle fullbacks with Cruyff turns and blah blah blah. So, you look at them. Then you look at City. City have got a lot of City for me have got the most technically gifted squad in terms of players like Phil Foden, Cherky, Silva, Doku, their footwork, their technical ability, their passing. But they don't, even now, they don't have there's no, the Letitiers, the Okochas, the Berg, there's no Ginolas anymore. There's no, do you know what I mean? So
Bales.
No Bales. So you have to ask the question, what is it that we want Spurs to be? What is it that we want our team to be? And what terminology are we going to use for that style of play? Because just saying we want attacking football, I mean, great, but what does that actually mean,
It's funny, going back to what you were saying about Simmons just when I came on. 95%, if you look at Premier League football now, 95% of the time a player plays two-touch. It will be control and give. Unless you're someone like Adam Wharton that plays so many first-time balls, he's pretty much a one-off, and that's taken the flair, that's taken the individualism out of football.
Agreed.
Because it's all about percentages now. I mean, I remember Poch's rule was always, if you're going to lose the ball, you can only lose it in the final in the opposition's third. You lose it further back, we're in trouble. He would never play. Yeah. He would never play out Vicario to Romero and outwards. That's not the way he played. Balls would go out long to fullbacks quickly, or straight into Ericsson. But there aren't any flair players left because it's been coached out of everybody now. And I think that's why probably the Premier League is as unexciting as it's been for many, many years.
I think that's football overall, Ian. I mean, me and Sava were saying this earlier. I mean, to me, football is dead to what it was 15, 20 years ago. It's nowhere near it. I mean, this is why I can't call players world-class, because from what I've seen, these so-called world-class players wouldn't even lace the boots of players 15 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. And some of the teams you look, there has been, but then you also look at it from another side of it. These players that we know were that great back then, could they necessarily handle it now? Because the other thing I was saying earlier is, even though it's more of a team game as such than it ever has been, in its own way, it sort of contradicts itself, because every player is expected to be able to do 2 or 3 jobs. Not just be a goalkeeper, he has to be a defender, he has to be good with his feet. Not just be a defender, he has to be a midfielder. Not just be a midfielder, has to be a striker. Not just a striker, has to be a midfielder. Can't just be a winger, you have to be an inside forward at the same time as well. And there's almost more expected of the players, whereas you go back at that time, you obviously had your universal players out there as such who could do that, but it was more of, he's the best in that position, that is where he plays, he does his job there, and then the next man does his job, the next man does his job. Whereas now it's players are almost, where it's more of a team game, it contradicts itself because they're expected to do more than they ever have done.
it's interesting because about 15 years ago, my son played for a Sunday team, and they got a coach down to coach them for the second half of the season, and he was coaching at Spurs Academy on a Tuesday night, and he would work on all the players. If somebody was playing at left back, he'd stick him at left wing, so that they would understand what the winger does when a winger comes onto him, attacks him. And what he would try and do, he would try and get players feeling comfortable in 2 or 3 different positions. And this was like 15 years ago, and you can see how it's evolved since then. And that's the way it's gone. You've gone to a situation where, I mean, Ange did it unfortunately unsuccessfully, where he was pushing his fullbacks in as 10s and expecting them to play as 10s. You've got teams that flick between a back 3 and a back 4, and that is very different. It is very different playing in a 2 and playing in a 3 and playing much wider, because you're virtually and it is a different way of playing.
It used to be that you played your way. I mean, I still think one of the best teams I've seen entertainment-wise, I will still say, and this is from an Inter fan, was that AC Milan team that had it out with Liverpool in 2004. But you look at the players they had. Cafu, right back, do your right back job. Maldini, left back, do your left back job, sometimes cut into the middle. And then you had 2 defenders, Nesta and Stam. Right. No nonsense, no messing about, none of this pressing forward ball. And then in front of that, you had Seedorf, Pirello, you had Gatasso, Crespo, Shevchenko. What I'm saying is basically every player had his job. That was his job. Whereas now, that's the player's job, but he's also got to do A, B, C with it as well, same as everyone else on there, even though it's meant to be more of a team game. It's made it more complicated for everyone. But me and Sam was saying it earlier, is
Dan, that was started by the Dutch in the 70s, because they played what was known then as total football. And you had the ball being moved around, you had players moving around into different positions. That great Dutch team in the early that started it. That was so ahead of its time.
That died out though. That died out pretty quick, basically.
It's come back. Hasn't it?
That's where me and Sav were saying earlier, that football seems to go round in this circle, basically. Same as music, same as fashion with clothes, same as anything. It goes round in a circle and then comes back on itself as such. I mean, who knows? In the next 5 years, you might go back to seeing a 4-4-2 as the regular formation or whatever and stuff like that.
I love 4-4-2. I love it.
And this is again why.
I'm a fan of 4-4-2.
And this is why, in that aspect, you can want Spurs to play this certain way or whatever, or other clubs want to play a certain way, but you do have to adapt to the times as well. It is 2026. People don't really play all-out flair attacking football anymore. There's not many teams that actually do that. Whereas at one stage, loads of teams did it. Now it seems to have gone, in my opinion, I think football's gone back on itself a bit, where it's got a lot more overall pragmatic again, sort of thing. And it's not so much about skill anymore. And I think this is where people view skill differently as such. I mean, when I turned around and said to people that I didn't think Teddy Sheringham was a very skillful player, people said, how can you say that? He had all the skill in the world. I'm like, well, not to me he didn't, because to me a skillful player was Berbatov. But then another player would look at Sheringham and call him a skillful player. I think it comes to people see it with different eyes, basically. I mean, to me, Berbatov was an out-and-out skill player. But other people would say Teddy Sheringham was a very skillful player. Maybe he was 2 different types, whatever. But maybe I look on the skill as more the flair thing, like Ronaldinho, Messi.
They weren't that dissimilar. They really weren't that dissimilar. They had terrific technical ability.
They were good, but Berbatov was
vision was superb.
Steps ahead. Berbatov was steps ahead with ball control and everything.
And it's interesting, because the other thing also is that the reason why it's important to have a set way of playing and to bring in players that suit that set way of playing is that you wouldn't get into a situation that United did, where they brought Amorim in, who played a certain way that didn't suit his players. Carragher's come in, changed the whole system. He's playing the system that the players fit into, that fit the player's skill set, and look at the difference. That's literally
That's another thing me and Savile was saying.
He's got the same
that team.
Bar Kobe Mainu. He's playing the same players. He's just putting round pegs in round holes now. And this is why, if you have a set way of playing and you bring in the players that suit it, like City have, De Bruyne went, they brought Cherky in. You know,
I mean, for me, what I said about Teddy Sheringham, I think the closest player I can compare him to, I think Harry Kane is another Teddy Sheringham player.
Peter Beardsley.
Except, could you say Harry Kane was better than Sheringham? Quite possibly. I think he's a bit more overall capable than he was, but it'd be interesting to see as such, because they're players that could not rely on their pace. And I think players that don't, I mean, this is Son, for example. Son, a lot of his game was his pace. Yeah. As soon as he lost a yard, half his game disappeared, basically. Not his fault, but that's what happens when you rely on pace. Like what happened to Michael Owen.
As soon as he with Kane going as well.
Yeah, as soon as Michael Owen lost his pace, he wasn't half the player he was. I find the slower players last longer in football.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because they're not so reliant on their pace, and as long as they're not getting injuries and they got the brain for it, they have to use their brain and be 3 moves ahead like a game of chess.
Do you know
being
what?
able to make it up with the pace.
I mean, first and foremost, I mean, when we're saying, I mean, let's not just completely,
I wouldn't say
downplay Teddy Sheringham. I mean, like,
no.
See, this is where I find everything is so dramatic. Listen, if you think Kane's a better player than Sheringham, sure, but Teddy Sheringham held this club together for many a year. Please, let's not just, you know, during the 90s, Lubo, I mean, how many years without Teddy's goals, this club would have been in massive trouble. You got to remember, Teddy Sheringham, both Alan Shearer and Jurgen Klinsmann said the best player they ever played with was Teddy Sheringham. So let's not just start going, 10 times the player.
No, I mean, not 10 times the player.
Slow yourself down. But again, different eras. Teddy very much played as a striker, but that dropped into a hole. Kane has very much for his career been a number 9 that had to drop into the hole because teams didn't bring in a playmaker. So I always find it's very.
Jose saw that in him, didn't he? And
that's right.
Yeah, but because when Jose lost Christian Eriksen, Spurs had no conduit between midfield and attack. Now the difference is in a Teddy Sheringham era. In the Teddy Sheringham era, football clubs didn't really play with the out-and-out number 10. They played a 4-4-2. So you had midfielders that got forward and wingers that got forward. But Teddy Sheringham didn't play in an era where he had a Christian Eriksen feeding him. He was the guy that had to drop deep. So I think people have to remember different formations and different styles would very much make different players look very different in different eras, right? You've got to remember that.
It was interesting because Beardsley came through as that type of foil.
What a player Beardsley was.
Yeah, and he did it for Lineker, and then probably Sheringham saw that and probably picked up on that as well. And he did that for Shearer. And if anybody watches the goals from the England-Holland match in Euro 96,
class.
Just watch the way Sheringham laid balls off. And if anyone gets a chance to sit down and watch highlights of that game, that was a masterclass by Sheringham as a player. Absolutely fabulous. Fabulous.
Yeah, let's not just gloss over Teddy. This is Teddy Sheringham, who played for England every week. Like when Teddy was fit, he was in the England team. He went to Man United and won the treble. You know, let's not just suddenly pretend Teddy Sheringham wasn't class. This is, you know,
I do think they've definitely got their similarities too, because they're definitely two footballers that haven't got the pace. I mean, if anything, Kane's a bit quicker than Sheringham was about as slow as they come. But where he was like a game of chess, basically 3 moves ahead of himself.
That's right.
Because he had to have that intelligence, basically. Otherwise, he would just not have been able to play the football because he had such a lack of pace. that's where I think you can relate him and Kane to each other very similar, because Kane is a very intelligent player as well, because he can't rely on his pace basically because he hasn't got it.
No,
And that's why I feel players, and that's why I feel players without the pace seem to last longer in football than players that rely a hell of a lot on pace as such.
But also, Dan, you've got to remember, back in the day, the centre forwards like Sheringham, like you know, you go back into that era we were talking about, the Fowlers, the Coles, the Yorks, they were very much relying on their wingers to get crosses into the box.
And they had their pair, didn't they, with a striker? Clive
Allen did with Chrissy Waddle. That year he scored 49 goals.
Right. But do you know what I mean? So when you look at Man United, let's look at the Man United treble winning team, right? You've got Beckham on the right, you've got Giggs on the left, and then Scholes and Keane as a 2. Neither of them played in the 10. They were a central midfield pairing that got up and back, but a lot of it came from balls would come in from Beckham or Giggs into one of the centre forwards, Cole or York, who'd lay it down for the other one or lay the other one in, and football's very different now. Now it's very much right. You're our number 9, right? And the emphasis more on these guys out wide isn't so much assists, is it? The emphasis on the 2 wide men in teams is now goals, volume of goals.
Inside
That's
forward,
why when people say to me about my man Ginola here, what a guy! Oh, I've just crashed Lionel Messi. When people talk to me about my man Ginola, they're like, "Oh, but look at his goals." You're like, "Yeah, but he was in an era where wingers weren't getting 15 goals a season in that era. That wasn't their game. Their game was up and back, beat their man, get balls into the box. It was a very different world of football."
That's why when I say now, you go through the list of what people call world class, and I can't call it world class, and they hardly any of them would even be considered good back then. You've also got to look on it the other side. How many of these players that obviously were significantly more gifted than these day players would actually be able to play football these days as well? Because it has changed so much. You know, I think you can sort of put it on both sides. Now, I firmly believe players back 15, 20 years ago were significantly better gifted as footballers than they are now. But would a lot of them actually be able to play with this more robotic style of football? That's the other question you can ask with it.
Would they want to?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
It's the same thing as when people say, oh, well, those players back then weren't as fit. They wouldn't be able to play now. But yeah, but if they were around now, they would be fit because that is the era you're in. You know, it's all swings and roundabouts, isn't it? You know, in that era, we're saying they weren't as fit, but they also played on muddy bogs of a pitch. Now they're fit. They play on carpets. It's all, look, are we saying, you know, if George Best was available now he wouldn't be able to play on these carpets of pitches? Of course he would. Would he be fit? Of course he would, because it would be the era that he's in. I think if we bring this all back to what are Spurs, yeah? Boys, why don't you tell these fans what Chris Waddle was class. Chris Waddle was an old school winger who would get the ball, he would drop his shoulder, and the fullback would be bamboozled and he's gone. Right? Chrissy Waddle was a superb footballer. They don't make them like that anymore. But bringing it back to, dude, you've got this obsession with Erling Haaland. I don't know what it is. I know you want to belittle him at every moment, but every club in the world would want Erling Haaland. That tells me how good he is. Yeah. Just name me a football club that wouldn't want Erling Haaland. It's ridiculous, Machina Joe. I don't know what we're trying to do. He is a world-class striker who's got the best goal-scoring ratio in world football over the last 5 years. I don't know what he's done that upsets you. I don't know. This guy avoiding my question. Dude, I didn't see your question. Put it in again. What was your question? Bringing it back to Spurs, it comes back to this: what do we want to be, and who's going to implement it? Because Dan, we can sit here as fans and say, I want to see X, Y, Z. None of that matters what we want, Dan, unless somebody at the club wants the same thing. And this ties back into last week. If everyone remembers, I say last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when Lang done his post transfer window video, Lang turns around, doesn't he, and says, sorry, when they sacked Frank, Lang turns around and he says, we want to be a pressing, possession-based football team that dominate the ball with good forwards. You're thinking, brilliant, say that, but you can say that, we can all say that, but they have to show us, right? Then they have to buy the players that do that. They have to bring in a manager that implements that. You can't just have one person saying words and then the actions completely contradict that, can you?
No, that's where this team is just a total mess in every which way. And I go back to what I said, where Spurs have no set way of play. There is no Spurs consistent way of playing. And God, does it show now, especially over the past 5-6 years, with a different style manager, back to front, back to front. Now, everybody knows by now the way I like playing football is fast counter-attacking football. I love the way the Italians do it, yeah? And I still think, even when we've got our full team, overall, I still think we look best with bloody, on paper, we look best with 3 at the back, 3-4-2-1, 3-4-1-2, whatever. But on paper, that is how I think we look best. We have played good like that when we have, but we've also been not a shambolic when we've played like that as well. But we've looked good in a 4-2-3-1, and we've looked terrible in that as well. And we've looked all right playing a 4-2-2-2 at one time, but then looked terrible in the next game as well doing it. We haven't even got ourselves a set formation at the club, what seems to work best for this lot either. I just don't think anybody knows, because there is no, or has not been no Spurs way of play for so long now. It's been in and out, here, there, everywhere.
And that's what makes me laugh. When people are saying, like, what I heard was at the end of Frank's era was, Frank's put the handbrake on them. He's not letting them off the leash. And my argument was always not about Frank. It was which players is it that we feel he's not letting off a leash? Those players aren't in the team. We saw that again against Arsenal at the weekend. Those players don't exist within the Spurs squad at the moment. There's no one to let off a leash. There's Lubo, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Learn from last night. You're on mute.
But when we under Frank, when we were losing, they'd show a lot more urgency going forward. And I think that's the best way to actually put it. When we weren't losing, we sat back. It's slow, sideways, backwards.
Sure, but there's a difference when you're chasing a game.
All of a sudden, there's more effort going in. There's balls being played up, being played forward faster.
Sure.
Why can't you play that like that at 0-0?
You can't, because no one plays that way for 90 minutes. This is the point. When you are chasing a game, that is no longer your style of play. That is chasing a game of football. You can't implement that tactic from the beginning of the game because you'll get opened up. Well, we're seeing again now. We saw it the weekend.
Well, I think you've got to be going at teams. You've got to take the initiative, try and
with
take
what players,
and try and take control. But we seem to have control.
With which players?
Plenty of the ball when we're losing and teams sit back.
Why?
Push them back.
Right. Hang on, Lubo, you just answered your own question, because when we're 2-0 down, the other team is comfortable.
Sure, they're going to defend, or 1 down. They're going to defend. But start as you mean to go along. It's like we're scared. It's like we were scared. So actually,
I don't think it is that we're scared. When I ask the question, no one can answer with what players. Like I heard on Sunday, people going, just attack them. Like, cool. Who are you attacking them with? What, Jed Spence and Archie Gray as wing-backs? Like, who are you attacking this team with? And when people go, but who are you attacking these teams with? This isn't these players' natural game to attack. They're not attackers.
Well,
they're not possession-based footballers. They're not attackers. So when we're 2-0 down in a game and the other team's taken their foot off the gas a little bit and go on, have the ball, it's easy to go, see, we can have the ball. Of course we can. The other team give you the ball. When you start the game and the other team want the ball, like if Arsenal want the ball against Spurs, Arsenal want the ball. Arsenal dictate the ball because they've got players that play that way. But Spurs, we don't have any midfielders that can control a game. And yet I hear we want to be a possession-based team. We don't have any midfielders right now or attackers that hold on to the ball that can go. And then I see people going, Kudus don't do anything. Watch what Kudus actually does when he plays. Kudus gets you up the pitch, holds on to the ball, doesn't give it away. You watch right now. anytime we go forward, the ball's given away within seconds because they can't do what Kudus can do.
That's the problem. He's got an opportunity tomorrow. For me personally, I would take it. Well, he hasn't got wingers, has he? But he has got wing backs, and he can play Porro on one side, and he can play Sousa on the other, who's a natural attacking left back. I would throw him in. Spence is not a left back. The Spence experiment defensively has worked a lot more than Spence going forwards. We need to score tomorrow. We need to get points.
He's a fullback, not a wing back.
He's a fullback, correct. So for me,
who's that? Spence.
Yeah, Spence. And he's a right back.
Completely not true. At Nottingham Forest and Middlesbrough, he was a wing back in those seasons. So, but
on the right.
Sure. But so now we're going Sousa's the answer on the left wing back, is he?
I didn't say it was the answer. No. I'll say it's an option because you're playing a natural left-footed attacking player in that position. And I
get where you're coming from. And you play the position player who's natural.
I'm trying to put round pegs in round holes. That's all.
I get where you're coming from. I get the point you're making. You're basically saying instead of just someone sticking there, basically, at least just go and put a player there who's that's his natural position.
Kevin, my faith goes like that because it doesn't matter how much people like Lubo watch these shit players, they still think they're capable of more than they've ever shown. That's why I laugh, because Spurs fans watch these shit players year in, year out, and still we go, yeah, but I just think if he could play there, and you're like,
well, we haven't got a choice. You know what's sad? We can't go out and buy anybody for Sunday's match. So we've got to play the players we've got.
I don't doubt that.
We talked about the other clubs around us who are doing better, but they have round pegs in round holes.
Agreed.
They are balanced. So there's no point actually going out against Arsenal and playing Gray at right wing back, playing Spence at left wing back, and playing Paulinho on the right of the back three.
But then don't you need to ask the question, if Frank did it and Tudor did it, right? I'm devil's advocate, this is, by the way. I'm not condoning it. I would not have played Paulinho. I would have had Paulinho in a DM. Absolutely, right?
Absolutely.
I'm asking, if both of them did it, don't we have to sit back and go, why? What is it when we're saying just play Sosa there because he's left-footed, but Tudor, if he doesn't again on Sunday, don't we have to turn around and go, well, there must be a reason. Maybe they're not ready. Maybe I don't know.
That's the problem when getting youth players in basically all the time. Are they ready? I mean, I agree in the aspect of like getting a player in his natural position as such. Like some were arguing at the start, like, who do we play on the bloody left? I could agree with Odebert being up there because it's his natural position. But then he also pretty much does jack shit either. I mean, if we have an option in the middle of either, say we play three at the back again, and we got to make who goes on the right. I mean, for me, out of the people who are able to play at the moment, you either bring in someone from the youth lot, and in that aspect, can we even afford to take that chance at the moment? Do I stick Paulinho there, or do I stick Gray there? Me personally, I would put Gray there and stick Paulinho in midfield, because we bloody need him in midfield, because he is our most solid player we've got in the middle, basically. And I would take that bit more of a risk of putting Gray there as such, because in midfield, I feel Gray is just going to get cooked too much, like he has basically, because he hasn't got the physicality for it. Whereas in the defence, yes, he's not his natural one as such, but we're in a bit of a situation at the moment where it's a bit rough and ragged around the edges, but beggars can't be choosers. Well, so I'd rather have Paulinho in the middle and Gray at the back if I've only got that option of them two. Obviously, I'd rather have three defenders there if I've got the three defenders.
Dan, you've got a few options. You could play Spence at right back. You could play Danso and Dragerson in the middle and Van der Ven at left back.
I don't know if Danso's fit yet. I don't know. Is he fit?
If he's fit to start tomorrow. I mean,
yeah, I'm arguing with what we basically have had, where we've had the option to who do we stick there. It's basically been out of Gray or bloody Paulinho we stick there. And I'm just saying, I'd rather take more of the risk with Gray there at the back and get Paulinho in the middle at what he's best at.
I thought Johnny's idea last night of pushing Porro further forward as a supply base, because he puts in some lovely crosses, and what the forwards need is supply. Because if they don't get supply, it's we're just not going to score.
It'll be one I'm willing to see. I've
Do
asked
you
it
know the
before.
problem with that? Do you know the problem with that? I don't disagree in theory, but let's assume that that's the formation, right? This is what we know roughly he wants to play, right?
Yeah.
Could be 3-4-2-1, could be 3-4-1-2.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, when you've got Pedro Porro in the team, we know he is utterly shambolic at defending, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the problem you've got here is if Porro is going to be flying further forward, right? Kevin, my mate Kevin, who I predicted will have a great game on Sunday if he plays, when he gets in behind Porro, because he will get in behind Porro, because you know what? Everyone gets in behind Porro.
They always focus on him for 2 years now.
Always focus on that right-hand side. You've then got Dragusin and Danso, who aren't quick, going over on that right-hand side. And I think that this is an area where an astute manager like Marco Silva, he is an astute manager. He's a good manager. He will turn around and go, right, Sessegnon and Kevin focus down that left-hand side. And we all know it. We all know on Sunday, Fulham will have joy on the left-hand side, don't we?
Everyone
all know
does.
that they're gonna have joy down the left-hand side. We know it. We've seen it every game that Porro plays. So, but my point is, looking at this team, right? When we're talking about just go at them, just attack, I don't see in the world what is creative in this team. I don't see where the productivity is coming from. This is just so bland. Like the back three, none of them can bring the ball out, right? None of them are.
Mickey can. I think Van der Ven can.
Well, I mean,
He can run it out. He can.
He can run it out. There's a different. Yeah, Dan, I agree.
Yeah.
I think he can run it out.
He can bring it out.
But when you look at that, I look at that and I just go, who the fuck assembled this? Like, who decided this is what we're going to be left with? But I don't know.
Barso's are on there, yeah. For me, and maybe Vicario, but people know my opinions on him. Shot stopper, I think he's one of the best in Europe on spur of the moment shot stopping. Apart from that, I think he's terrible. But on paper, I don't think that team looks abysmal as such.
Oh, I do.
I mean, if you can actually get it focused on Simmons to be the playmaker as such, and then get Solanke being more of your, I think is he going to be better as the target man? Because Mane, okay, he's put it in the back of the net 3 times for Spurs. Can you really call him a poacher? Or I don't even think we know what he is as a bloody attacker because he hasn't done his job since he's been here. He's been pretty much shambolic. But I think the way to put this one is reverse it round to what I said earlier with you, Saba, like with Real Madrid. On this one, I think it's too many Indians, not enough Chiefs. The opposite way round of what I was saying with the Real Madrid one in that aspect. You haven't got nobody special there, have you, except maybe Simmons, who's got that bit of skill.
I disagree with what you just said. I look at that team and I go, there is nothing there. Like there is. If I look at that team,
Sav, your other alternative would be to play a 4-3-1-2. So you slot, move the back 3 across, put Spence in at right back because he is quick and he's good defending. So if you've got a sharp winger that Fulham have got in Kevin, then Spence will take care of that. You would use Mickey instead of Sousa because Mickey can move. Once he's on a run, as we saw against Copenhagen when he scored that 50 yards, it was a 70-yard run, wasn't it? He can motor and he can beat players for fun. So you could play switch Dragusin and Van der Ven there. Play
Van der Ven at left back.
Van der Ven at left back. Play Danso, Spence at right back. So you got 2 quick fullbacks. You got Danso and Dragusin in the middle. And then you've got, swap Palhinha and Gallagher.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, hold on a second. I would put.
And then who in midfield alongside instead of Sousa?
Play Gallagher there and put Porro in.
You put Porro in there?
Porro in there, yeah.
Oh
No.
God, what are we doing?
That's more of a central. If you're going to put Porro anywhere and move him, you put him as a right wing, basically.
Or you
you're
play
move
four
him.
in the middle, or you play four in the middle like Harry used to, and you play Porro wide.
There's
Gallagher
still
wide.
nothing there, is there? Like it's still square pegs in round holes. There's nothing. There's nothing there.
Well, Danso and Drogus are the natural centre backs. Mickey's on his left side. Spencer's a right back. Porro's on the right, putting crosses in. Simmons is floating around the front too, and he's supplying as well. So for me,
Porro's too central there, Ian. Porro's too central. It'd be better off, I think, with what you're saying, in a 4-2-3-1, I think you could try him out on the right wing more. It's too central for Porro.
You could do that. You could play two. You could play Paulinho and Gallagher.
Are you thinking a bit more of something like this? I think that like something like
yes.
Yeah. And there's your 4-2-3-1.
See, the problem I've got there is you've got two players who aren't wingers, right? And I think this is a really good point. I think this is a fantastic point from Chris here. For years, Chris, you're bang on. For years, I've heard this, people saying, play Porro further forward, yet not one manager ever does that. And
no, I agree.
I don't see him as a winger because this isn't I don't see him as a winger at all. I think he's fairly limited, actually. I think what he's good at, if that makes sense. Other than that, I think he's quite limited as a footballer. But again, we're now talking about square pegs, round holes all over the pitch. I'll be honest, guys, sorry. I just look at that 11 and I think that's one of the weakest 3 or 4 teams in the Premier League. And that's the problem. No matter which way we talk about the best formation. And by the way, when we're talking about if we do this, we do this, we do that, it's yet another new formation that we want the players to adapt to in the middle of a relegation battle where, for me, can I tell you what I do, guys? Can I tell you where I think we've been?
It's very bland, isn't it? The team's very bland, isn't it?
Where Frank started, beginning of the season, we went to City with a 4-2-3-1 formation and played him off the park.
Sure, but at least then you had Kudus on the right hand side, right? You had a Dogi fit, you had Porro. Like the problem is, right? The problem for me is this. We do this all year round. We're trying to talk, what's the best formation? Who should play in what position? We've done everything this year. And the problem is all the chopping and changing doesn't help, along with the injuries. But we're seeing that wherever these players play, they've not been very good. And we keep convincing ourselves, but if they play there, if he plays there, I just don't think they're very good. I've called it all year. I'm not changing my mind. I just don't think these players are very good. Sorry. I just don't.
It's nothing special there at all. I agree. But for me, that's not a relegation team either. But
I agree.
That's not a top 10 team.
No.
Dan, this for me is a bottom 3-4 team. That for me is because I think you've got nothing. I mean, at the back, I mean, Dragosin and Danso, I think are good squad players, but no better than what Leeds will be playing there, or Forest are playing there, or West Ham are playing there. You've got no creativity in that midfield too. Like you've got not one of those players is a guy that gets the ball down, dictates play passes. Mwani's not a left winger. Porro's not a right winger. Dominic Solanke's not a natural goal scorer. And Simmons has got no one there to link up with. So I look at that and go, this is, sorry, for me, I think that is weak. That is weak.
Are you looking at it more from the chemistry side, sort of thing, on how they work together? Because Porro's definitely out of sync now. Van der Ven not so much out of sync because he's been playing that role for a long time with Dutch under-21s and that. That was his position basically. But then you are taking him out of his best position. You look at the two defenders we've got there. It is very, very bland. They're both, if anything, no-nonsense centre-backs. And the way football's played these days, you do need one of your centre-backs these days for the way they do play football in general to be a ball-playing defender as such, whereas both of them two, I think, are better in the centre of a 3 at the back. No-nonsense centre-back, get the bloody job done. I mean, Dragosin in Italy was actually good as a central centre-back, no-nonsense, when he had the two ball players either side of him as such. And the thing I definitely agree on that is there is no real chemistry in that team. It is very, very, very bland in that aspect. I do get where you're coming from.
With a plan. This is the thing.
No, I agree.
I did a massive show on this the other day, and you know, one of the things that, you know, when I was coaching, when I was working at the Premier League clubs, one of the things they talk about a lot within the clubs is cohesion. They talk about cohesion, teamwork, right? They talk about it a lot. The problem is, if you look at 11 individual players and go, that's not a bottom 3 or 4 team, sure. But when you actually look at how the chemistry of the team is made up of, you know, has the team got the right components? That team hasn't. It wouldn't have been built for anything in mind. Mawani's not a left winger. Porro's not a right winger. Yeah, there's no ball playing midfielder. Jed Spence for me is, I think he's massively overrated. I think he's, this guy, for me, to be where he is at this stage in his career, not getting a game at right back, tells me that he's massively
I think he's
overrated.
an all right player. Nothing special. I don't think he's terrible. He's all right.
Agreed, Dan.
Like
right?
Solanke up front, basically. He's all right. He's not bad, but he's not good either.
Agreed. And again, and this is what people like Aaron don't get. It's not about, does the individual go to a better club? It's not about that. The sum of the parts are greater than the one. I don't know if anybody's never heard this saying before, but this is why, and I will drum this home because people like Aaron and lots of people in the chat don't get it. The Brentfords, the Bournemouths, the Fulhams, the Brightons, for years, these teams have all been in and around that mid-table area, not because they've got better 11s than everyone else, but because they've put an 11 together that functions as a unit.
Like we said earlier, basically, and I think the phrase to use for that is chemistry, basically, in that aspect.
Chemistry,
like we said about that Real Madrid team that was on paper as good as probably the best team ever, if you go by paper, but the chemistry was lacking.
Dan, look at
they
Liverpool
got Champions League, but they didn't get the league, did they? Whereas you look at
Liverpool,
Brentford,
Liverpool spent £500 million in the summer. Liverpool spent just shy of £500 million, and everyone said, oh my God, they're going to walk this league. They're amazing. They're brilliant. But the chemistry from last year's team, at the moment at least, has gone. That chemistry.
You don't have to be special to have chemistry in your team. You don't. And this is what I said earlier about having.
When you look at Leicester in 2016,
yes.
When you look at Greece in 2004, who won the Euros, there's 2 examples. And yes, Leicester had a couple of stars. They had Mahrez, they had Vardy, and they had Kante. And the rest of them were... It
was a team. It functioned.
It functioned as a team. With Greece, I don't think any of them got into the top 11 players in Europe at that time. But they had a team that was brilliantly balanced, and they worked their guts off, and they got the goals when they won 1-0 on several occasions.
That's what I've been saying from days.
Look at the Crystal Palace team that won the FA Cup, for example. They beat Aston Villa, Man City, and somebody else really good en route, right?
Fulham, quarter-final away from home.
Right? That Crystal Palace team, man for man, should not be winning the FA Cup. Let's be brutally honest. That Crystal Palace, right? But what did he have? He had everybody in that team had their function. If you look at it, right, you had Lacroix, who is absolutely brilliant as a kind of ball recovery player in and around the other centre halves. Richards won everything in the air. Every time a ball came into Palace's area, boom. Guehi, cool, calm, composed, left-footed centre half, complemented the other two, brings it out. The fullbacks, engines, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Ball playing in Wharton. Hard work with people like Lerma and Will Hughes, right?
And
then you had the flair and the unpredictability of Eze, and then Mateta, the big, hard-working, powerful striker who can hold it up, bring others into play. The 11 that you create, the system that you create, you can't just turn around and go, well, on paper, look at that 11, because that 11 has never played together before, right? Has it?
How would you play, Sav, on Sunday? What team would you pick and what system?
Mate, I would go back to Lubo.
I tell you the reason I'm stuttering. And screwed if we don't.
Right. The reason why I'm stuttering, Lubo, is because I have to be true to my words. That I didn't think this was on Frank, and I did think this was a player quality issue. Right? my worry is that we don't have the players right now to play wing backs. We don't have the players that, like you remember Pedro Porro's been out injured. Suddenly we're all putting him in the 11 on Sunday going, go on, Pedro. He's going to be unfit, right? Sosa. We don't know what he is, right? We don't know what this kid is. He's played like 26 games of football in his career. You've got a back three that none of them really bring the ball out. So what are you know, there's...
It's what we agreed on earlier, basically, where, like I said, you can have a very bang average team, but make it look actually very good if you get the right formation, you get it in sync and everything. And the phrase I think I use from now on is get the right chemistry with it as such. Whereas you can have one of the best teams ever out there. If it ain't got the chemistry for it, like we said with that Real Madrid team, it just don't bloody work. And like Phil said on here, like that Leverkusen team, which I mentioned, it had one or two quality players in it, but the rest of them were good. But the chemistry they got bloody worked. And that's what Carrick has gone and done with Man U, basically. He's gone and got them in the right formation, playing the right way, and he's got the chemistry right with the players. Player for player,
if you look at that 11, look at that Fulham 11, right? Sorry, look at that Fulham 11 there, right? Let me try and blow that up a tiny bit, see if that works. If we look at that Fulham 11, right? This by no means is the greatest 11 players in the world. Like there's no superstars there. There's no one there where you go, oh my God, individually, because he's amazing, I want to buy him outright. But you know what they've done? They've put a team together where everyone works in the position they've been given, right? They complement each other. You've got the experience and know-how of Anderson with Calvin Bassey, who's got the power and the pace, right? You've got Tete, who's a really hardworking right back. He is an actual right back, right? Hardworking, does his job, gets back, gets forward. You look at Iwobi, Sander Berg, big, powerful, strong player. You know he's going to do all the dirty work. Iwobi's going to be more of your box-to-box, your runner. You got Smith Rowe, gets goals. Wilson gets goals. They've put a team together down here, right? They've put a team. Spurs don't ever put a team together. We just get loads of players and our fans go, but on paper, we're better than them. Football's not played on paper.
No. But the consistent thread through what you've just mentioned with Fulham is the players are playing in their correct positions. Now, for me personally, it's been such a season of chaos, different styles, different systems, different players, literally changing every week.
Yes.
For me, if you go back to basics now and you put players in their correct position where they feel most comfortable, then for me, that's what you do for the rest of the season. Because you can't, you play.
What is that right now, Lubo? What is that right now?
What is that right now? Well, you play Spence. If you're going to play Spence, you play him as a right back. If you're going to play Porro, you play him as a wing back. So
so
if you're going to play Paulinho, you play him in the six. You play him but you play these players where you're going to get the most out of them.
I agree.
And that's the key.
In what style, Lubo? Because the problem is, again, and again, I'll say this over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? The squad has not been put together with what you're saying in mind. It's been, there's a, hang on. There's a mishmash of people. So, yeah, we could put Paulinho in the number 6. You put Paulinho in the number 6, still doesn't mean we can function as a team moving forward because we have not bought what we needed to moving forward.
Right.
This is the problem.
Well, Conte wanted Porro because he watched him play wing back for Sporting Lisbon.
Sure.
So, and Porro's never been played as a wing back since he joined Spurs. Now, as far as being match fit is concerned, yes, of course, he's not going to be up to speed. He's missed 5 weeks since Burnley, but he played 32 out the previous 34 matches this season. I think he played, apart from Vicario, up to Burnley, he played more games than anybody else. So he should be fairly match fit.
Who's your left back then? Who's your left back? Because the thing is, this is the thing. In one aspect, you're saying play players where they play. In another aspect, you're now going like Van der Ven should be out wide on the left.
Well, he plays there for Holland. He's played there several times for Holland.
Yeah, but you've still contradicted. You're saying you want players playing where they're best. Van der Ven is best at left centre half, right? So why would you want him at left back?
Because
there's no one else, right? Because there's no one else.
There isn't anyone else. There isn't.
Right.
Your choice. You have a choice. If you don't play Van der Ven there, then your choice is a 19-year-old kid who's played 15 minutes at Old Trafford from Brazil and is just settling into the country, to the language, the culture, everything.
Sure.
Or you play a right back at left back, and that hasn't really worked, has it?
Sure,
if we're
but
being honest.
Lupo, you're proving my point for me here. This is my point.
So the only person who's played there as a natural, as a left back, who is a natural left footer at a high level, is Van der Ven. Not ideal to put him out the middle, but then you have got Danso and Dragusin who can play there at centre back. So
yeah, sure. Listen, I get what you're saying, but notice in every conversation we have, guys, have you noticed that none of the formations that we pick ever leave 11 players in their right position? Have you know, like this is the problem, right? That this is what we've been left with. And Igor Tudor, when he came in, we all know that he wants to play a back three. Everyone knows across world football that is how Igor Tudor wants to play. So if Spurs want to play that, then Igor Tudor needs to find a way of getting a settled back five, if you want to call it that, or a settled back three with two wing backs that play every game between now and the end of the season.
You see, come Sunderland, he will be able to. He'll have Romero back. He'll have Udogie back.
Oh, good.
So
good. Another two players that don't do a lot. Yeah, sure.
Listen, I've got to tell you something. We didn't half miss Romero against Arsenal last week.
Every time Romero don't play, we didn't half miss
him. We really
it.
did.
But in what way?
Well,
didn't he play in the first game against Arsenal?
He turns up in the big games normally. And
hang on, right, let's dispel this.
They were all
right now.
They were all awful against in the first game.
No. See, I love this. Again, this is cherry picking because you like Romero, right?
Listen, you need your best players, and whether you
try telling your captain. Try telling your captain that we need our best players playing. Well, he's the one. But I know. No, but you don't know, because all season when people like
he let us down against United. I'm well aware of that.
Let me finish, right? This guy lets us down week in, week out, right? And every time he doesn't play, it's revisionism. Whenever he doesn't play, all I hear is he's a big miss this week. When he does play and he's shit, nothing gets said about it, right? This guy in big games, Man United, big games, sent off. AC Milan, big games, sent off. Chelsea, Chelsea, big game, sent off. I feel like I'm missing another.
That was unlucky.
And Lupo, hang on. No, he wasn't unlucky in any of these games.
I thought against Chelsea he was.
Oh my, right.
Listen,
hang on. Lupo, can I finish? Can I finish? Right. Someone put up the other day 6 big games that he's had in the Spurs shirt where he's had the sendings off, right? And you look at this and you go, fans then turn around and go, oh, in big games he turns up. Some big games he turns up. Liverpool, another one, right? Where he was atrocious at the back, cost us the game. With 2 actions, he cost us the game. But then when he doesn't play, cool, we don't half miss Romero. What was different with Romero if Romero was playing? What would have been different?
Well, he brings the ball out and he plays the ball out. He plays between the lines and he sets Spurs up going forward. We don't have that with anyone else in the.
How did that work at the Emirates when we lost 4-1?
Now you're cherry picking.
No. I'm asking.
They were all
okay. How did that work? How did that work against Man City in the first half when he kept giving the ball away as he tried to bring it out in the free at the back?
Do you know what? You don't like Romero. You go
no. Don't do the childish thing. I don't mind.
Seriously, no. I haven't analysed every match. I haven't analysed Romero in every match.
What you do because someone critiques him, you say I don't like him. No, I'm bringing balance to this because again, Romero is put on that pedestal, right? And because I'm bringing up all of the data that proves when you say, oh, we miss him and he does this, I'm just asking you, right? you say we miss him because he brings the ball out. Okay, brilliant. He didn't do that against Man City. He didn't do that against Man United. He didn't do that against Chelsea. He was shit against Arsenal. He keeps getting red cards and he was shit against Liverpool. But when I put that to you, you go, you don't like him. That's not an answer.
Sorry.
That's not an answer.
Sorry.
I like
the first half hour against United, he played very well before he had.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. In the first 10 minutes, he ran into midfield as he normally does, clattered someone, gave away a foul, and you went, "Oh, we're going to have one of them games from Romero."
That was the first 90 seconds, and after that, I thought he was very good.
And then goes and gets himself sent off with a ridiculous tackle.
I'd rather have Romero for this run-in than Danso and Dragusin.
Yeah, sure. But my point is, when you say we really missed him against Arsenal, I say, okay, what? Sure, but so then when I counter and go, okay, what about the first Arsenal game? Your answer is none of them were very good. But you're telling me
they're all poor.
Okay, so I'll throw it back at you then. None of them were very good this week against Arsenal. Why would Romero have been better?
I thought first half we defended well.
I'm so confused then. I'm so confused. So why would we, if we defended well first half?
The second half, you had someone like Dragusin who had an absolute nightmare, and that showed the difference in quality between a Romero and a Dragusin.
I thought
so it doesn't matter that Romero gets sent off all the time. It doesn't matter he has all these shit games.
Not perfect. He's not perfect. He's a better player than Dragusin.
Sure. He's more of a complete player, definitely. But I think Dragusin, he was one of our better players in the game.
And this is why he's let us down so badly, because we need our best players, for me, in a relegation fight.
Whereas one thing, Ian, I get where you're coming from.
We've told you the whole time that he will let us down. We've told you he's a liability. We've told you about this reckless tackles that he does. You fought against us for 2 years on this channel, Lugo. No, he doesn't do that. He's great. Yet he's the one letting us down. And then he's praised. Oh, we miss him. No, mate. He let us down. He made this happen because, again, you've overrated him. You say I don't like him. He's a good Premier League defender. No more, no less. There is nothing special about Romero.
Well, right. We'll have to agree to disagree, Seth. We'll have to agree to disagree. He has his bozo moments, and he's a bit. And
every week he has his bozo moments. Yes,
he's too hot-headed, but he's a very, very good defender.
I think the thing with it, Ian, is on his day, I'll agree with you. He's as good as a lot out there. I will never call him a world-class player because I think he's a million miles from it, through and through his mentality and consistency. If you are a world-class player or you are a very good player, even put someone in a crap team, they will still stand out that bit. The only reason he's even had any compliments over the past, 8 or 9 games, when he's been absolutely, bar maybe one of them, terrible in defence, is because he also rescued us with the goals he scored. But if you also look in those games, I think it was 2 or 3 of the goals were also down to him screwing up as well.
Yeah,
all he did was cover it.
One example.
As all he did was cover his arse with it, basically. And the fact that he only seems to turn up when he wants to turn up, this is why I stick by the Romero is a better player than Danso. But if you was given 38 games together and rate their point system at the end of the season on the points they get during a game, I think Danso would have more points than Romero, because Romero, you'll see a 10, a 9, an 8, a 2, a 1, a 2, a 4, a 10, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 7. Whereas Danso, you'll see a 7, maybe a 6, maybe an 8, and a 7, maybe a 6, couple of 6s and an 8. He's more stable. Wouldn't you say he's more stable though?
Low IQ. Do you know what? No, that's absolutely it. I've said this for 4.5 years. I've never changed my mind on Romero. On his day, good. But this guy for 4.5 years has been a liability. For 4.5 years.
No, he didn't get sent off for 2.5 years, though.
But he's still a liability. He's still a liability, right? This guy goes crunching into tackles that he has no need to go and crunch. And for years, everyone gave him the excuse. But he's playing with he's playing with Dyer, he's playing with Davis. Listen, Ledley King played with some awful centre halves. I never saw Ledley King look like Romero ever. Why?
You're talking about a different level player.
No, sure. But that's why I don't put Romero on a pedestal that people like you put him on.
I don't put him on a pedestal. I don't put him on a pedestal. No, I don't.
You think he's the best player at the club?
No, I don't. I think
you do. You
do
think he's the best
on a pedestal. That's who I put on a pedestal. But when you look at the level of the players we've got at the club now, and I've always said Romero wouldn't get into Poch's team ahead of Toby.
Of course he wouldn't. He's nowhere near
never.
So I don't put him on a pedestal, Sam. I'm very aware of the level of the players that we've got.
Have you not said he's the best player?
I personally think for the level of the players we've got, I think the ceiling-wise, he is the highest at the club.
What does that mean, ceiling-wise? What does that mean?
Ability. His ability at best is better than anybody else's.
I just don't know what you've seen to.
When he's at the top of his game, I think he's at a different level than it's a higher level than anyone else.
I think we've watched a different player for 4.5 years. I genuinely do. I've watched for 4.5 years a guy that gets a lot of loads of mistakes, rash, can't control his temper, terrible attitude, lets the club down time after time. He's got horrible volatility, and it's getting worse and worse and worse as he gets older. And yet all I've heard is excuses for this guy for 4.5 years.
Oh.
Different manager will sort it out. Different system will sort it out. This guy, right? This guy is the guy that when we were down to 10 men against Liverpool, right? And we played well for half an hour with 10 men. Liverpool didn't look like scoring. We contained them. You're thinking, this is where your leader's meant to be showing your Archie Grays and your younger players in the team what to do.
I agree. He shouldn't be.
Romero comes out. Romero brings the ball out of defence, apparently because he's brilliant at it. Tries a cross-field pass, hits the Liverpool player. Liverpool through on goal, they score. Right? And then what does he do to make up for that? Does he go and put in a brilliant last half an hour? Nope. He goes and gets himself sent off because he can't control his emotions. Right? You're playing, this guy then has the audacity midweek to come out and call out the ball and call everyone out. And I'm not saying he shouldn't have called them out, but, you know, they've left us with no players. We haven't got anyone fit. Then this idiot gets to Man United, goes crunching into tackles left, right and centre. Sorry, for me, I can't call that a top player, top defender. That is a guy with no football IQ. There is no football IQ in that man's brain.
No, he's a loose cannon. I don't think anyone's ever said that otherwise. He's a loose cannon. Personally, you get your money for Romero in the summer, keep Mickey, bring Vuskovic in. That's what I would do for next season.
If we're in the Premier League, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If we're in the Premier League, I just can't. I just don't like this notion that he's always turned up in big games. I haven't personally. Sorry, who did I personally attack? Who did I personally attack there? What?
It's okay.
Idiot. I'll personally attack you because you're a prick. There you go. How's that? There you go. I've just personally attacked you. Well done. You've made the Hall of Fame. But
so
I just can't.
What team would you pick then for tomorrow? Let's go back to Sunday.
I don't care. There you go. I don't think it matters. I think we're not good enough. There you go.
It's
I said this way. I don't
your
think
manager, your manager, Tudor's been called in. He's out. Vinay's giving you a call. I want you up at Spurs Lodge. You're in charge Sunday. What team you picking?
I'd go 4-3-1-2 maybe. I don't know. The difficult thing I've got, Lubo, is I don't think it matters. Whatever we pick, we're playing players out of position. Whatever we pick, I don't think there's a lot of goals in there. Okay, and whatever we pick, I think we're shit at the back. So I don't think it matters.
The thing is, Ian, we play with a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
Can't really go and do that because we've got no wingers. I mean, so logically, if you go for player, it does look like a bloody 3-4-2-1, 3-4-1-2 is where you're going to get more players in their actual position. But then, like what you looked at earlier, there's still no bloody chemistry there. And it's sort of like, I think we're in a bit of a situation where we're sort of screwed if we do, screwed if we don't. On paper, player for player, I do think that it looks best with three at the back playing with wing backs because we've got wing backs, but we've got no wingers whatsoever there. So if you're playing a wide 4-2-3-1, that's not going to work either. But then maybe if you tighten it up with a 4-2-3-1, like you can basically have three attacking midfielders there, could that work better? Or is it just better off a 4-3-1-2 or whatever? And still, you do sort of think, again, where is the chemistry there as such? I think we're in a bit of a situation where no matter how we do it, it's not going to look pretty in any means or manner.
Yeah.
And the lack of creativity there as well, bar Simmons, basically,
I think
it's very few and far between. And he only has moments here and there, doesn't he, so far?
If you work on the fact that Tudor's been in charge of different clubs for 125 games, and all bar 4 he's played a back 3, then logic tells you that he'll play a back 3 on Sunday, and he'll play Danso, Dragerson and Van der Ven as your back 3. He's then got to, for me, if you haven't got wingers, then you've got to play wing backs. You're muted.
And that's where I think we look best with.
I did a Lubo.
On paper, it looks better with 3 at the back as such, even though there is the lack of it now.
When Lubo says to me,
we're in a mess.
What would you do? It doesn't matter. We know what he's going to do, right? It doesn't matter. We know he's going to go 3-4-1-2 or 3-4-2-1. We know what he's going to do, so it doesn't matter.
It's a discussion point, isn't it? We're on YouTube. It's a discussion point. So.
Of course it is. Of course it is. My worry is, as I said to you yesterday, Lubo, on the Spurs 5. I enjoyed that last night, by the way. I thought it was quite interesting. As I said to you yesterday on Spurs 5, my worry is that if you are Marco Silva right now, you are in training with your players, and before the game in the changing room, you are saying, aren't you, this lot are a mess. This lot are a mess. Go out there, pile on the misery. Go out there, start fast. Spurs can't deal with it. Start fast, pin them in. Spurs have no way of getting out. That is exactly what, isn't that? Be honest, Lubo. Forget that you support Spurs. If you're Silva, that is what you are telling your team. Go out there and pile on the misery on this team. Attack them. Get in behind them. And that's my worry. It's not so much about formation, who plays where. I don't know whether we've got the mentality or the ability to be going to Craven Cottage and getting a win.
I'm looking forward to seeing whether we do.
Sure.
It's going to be interesting because, he's now had a couple of weeks to get his feet under the table. He's had a look at the players in training. He's also now had a look at the players on match day as well. So he's getting more and more information. He's forming ideas now for himself. I read in the paper today when he was asked yesterday, is this job harder than you thought it was? And he said yes. So, he's obviously gone in with a certain preconception, and that's sort of been smashed to bits by what he's seen so far. So I still think he'll get us out of trouble. And I do think might be a bit deluded, might be a bit of the fan in me, might be my heart ruling my head, but I do think we'll get a point on Sunday. I do think
it's not beyond possibility. It's not, of course, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I just think, look, I just want to, I want to go for another 15 minutes, if that's all right. I just want to, before we do, just want to do some super chats. Then I want to talk about Scott Munn and Ademola Lookman. Okay. Because as always, I wake up as a Spurs fan and you think, surely nothing's happened in the world of Tottenham between last night and this morning. How wrong could we be? There's more news, more reports. It's all right. I'll bring up Scott Munn in a second. Just quickly before we do, big up to Cade Con, who said, big up from an Arsenal fan. I enjoy the content. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. And let's hope that you finish second this season. Big up to you, Cade Con. Really appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. Big up to George, who gifted 1 Football Heritage TV membership. If you got that, please say thank you to George. That is very, very generous. I appreciate that. And George, I do have a members only show at 3 p.m. You're, of course, more than welcome to be there. Big up to you. Aussie Coys, same applies to you. Thank you very much. Gifting a Football Heritage TV membership. Thank you very much. And you are more than welcome at 3 p.m. for the members only show as well. Big up to John Turney, who has just put in a super sticker. No words, just a super sticker. Thank you very much, Turney. Really appreciate that, my man. Thank you very much. Same with Daniel Field, who's got a lovely picture of Mr. Bean. Thank you very much, Daniel. Really appreciate that. Good old school British comedy, eh, Mr. Bean? Thank you very much. And as always, Jordan, who's always very generous, said, Sava, are you going 20 more games this season that isn't Palace on Thursday? Would be nice to come and say hello. Yeah, I'll get to one more before the end of I'll get to one or two more before the end of the season, sure. And we'll definitely meet up. Depending on the last day of the season, depending on what's going on, depends whether or not I need to stream and how many views I'm going to get. We'll see if Spurs need to beat Everton to stay up.
You're coming out to Madrid.
I said yesterday to my wife, like, I could possibly go to Atletico Madrid for the away leg, but at no stage would I have wanted to go to Galatasaray for the away leg.
No.
Not one bit of me would want to go
from door.
Big up to you. Thank you so much, Jordan. Really appreciate that. Lee Enigma said that's Sava with 2 V's. 2 V's. The number of letters that come through my front door, Lee, where people have spelt Sava with 1 V or with a W. It's unbelievable. It's 2 V's. Sava with 2 V's. Absolutely. Big up to you. And Matt Cox, welcome back. Sorry for one of my mods blocking you. Mods, please don't block people just for silly things. I'll decide if people are really, really bad. Say good to be back. Big up Sava. Big up Matt. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all of you. Please like the show. Please subscribe to the Hotspur Hood as well. It's the polite thing and the right thing to do. Exactly. The number of times I get that is unbelievable. Also, please get over to OK Jersey. By the way, my contact from OK Jersey has just messaged me to say that they are now shipping out to South Africa. So if you are South African or live in South Africa, they do now get tops out there as well. They've got all of the World Cup tops, which are really nice. He asked me which 6 I wanted, and I got the England kit, the Brazil kit, the Spain kit, the France kit, the Italy kit, and the Argentinian kit. My favorite is the Argentinian, but hey, nice kits. The Italian one I'm not so big on because it comes down to there, Dan, and it shows the top of your chest, and I'm not really a top of the chest kind of showing off guy. Let's have a look at this, right? Let's start with this one, right? Because this is however we spin this is hilarious, right? We all kind of knew it, but we don't know the noise around it. Lubo will tell you that he's got a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows the truth, but we'll talk about it. Ademola Lookman, it's come out from Tom Barkley in The Sun today, the worst kept secret in history, that Spurs were offered, essentially, Spurs were offered the chance to sign Ademola Lookman in the January window, and Spurs snubbed the chance. He said he snubbed it. Now, some people are going to go, well, that was frank. Other people are saying it's because he wanted a 4-year contract at the age of 28 on 200 odd grand a week. Anything could be possible with Spurs. Boys, talk to me. Spurs snubbing Ademola Lookman, and then a week later, Johan Lang coming out and saying no one was available that's better than what we've got, has got to be the Spursiest thing ever.
That's where we're back to our point where I'm still a firm believer of money talks, and you can punch a bit above your weight if you get the right money in there, but then you've got to do everything else that goes with it. But with the sort of players that we're going to be attractive to now, if there is any sort of player that we're attractive to that wants to leave, I mean, if anything, I'm quite surprised Gallagher even joined in that aspect. I'm quite shocked there was nothing else out there for him because he's basically gone into a relegation battle. How can people say that Lookman is not good enough for Spurs, basically, in the aspect of where we are? I mean, and surely if we'd have got him with that pour up on the left or even in the middle where he can play in the middle as well, with that poor at the minute, with the options we have got up front, that no matter where you go and put him there, probably even if you go put him on the right, it's an upgrade to what we've got at the moment until Kudus is fit, basically, even if you played him on the bloody right. So even if we did go and get him in there, with all our team fit, he still gets into a 4-2-3-1 in my opinion.
Yep. Dan, he's a GA machine as well. I know we talked earlier about GA. He's a GA machine for the last 3, 4, 5 years of football. This guy guarantees goals and assists. Well,
Lange will see him up front, won't he, in the Champions League last 16 now?
It's written in the stars, isn't it?
The motivation now for Lookman, because he'll be aware of the of Spurs not wanting him.
Lubo, have you seen his stats for Atletico Madrid already?
Pretty good. They're pretty good, aren't they?
Played 7, 7 GA. Like and
we
look,
could have gone, and we could have gone for Akliouche as well, and they chose not to.
So now imagine we're picking an 11 for the weekend, and you've got Akliouche and Lookman available.
Sure.
Now I'm saying, yeah, we win that game, or we score goals, and it is
Simmons
truly
in between.
baffling.
Yeah.
Lookman, Akliouche, Simmons behind Solanke. There you go. 4-2-3-1. There you go.
Either. That's right. That's right.
You're laughing. But Lubo, Frank didn't want him, or Spurs wouldn't pay that much money, wages-wise, for a 28-year-old on a 4 or 5 year contract. Which one is it?
It's the latter.
The contract.
Looks that way.
Yeah, no question about it. No question about it.
Stupid.
It does look that way in that aspect. I mean, but are we even in that bloody position where we can argue that point at the moment? I mean, but that would look like the Spursy way it's done, basically.
But Dan, it can't be that. Dan, I'll tell you why it can't be that. It can't be that, because my mate Vinay said this. He said, I've got to make it really clear and simple. The Lewis family are ambitious. They want success. They want to drive forward on the pitch. So it can't be, can it?
But you've got to be able to get there. It's all very well saying, right, we're on a journey. That's where we want to get to. Oh dear, we don't know how we're going to get there now.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. Nobody there knows how to start the journey. They're just hopeless. We have got the worst set of administrators, worst set of recruitment people I think I can remember. Unbelievable.
It's truly baffling, isn't it? Like, for where Spurs are at the moment, I see people all the time saying things like, is Lookman a needle mover? Is Lookman good enough? And I'm like, yes, absolutely yes. He'd be one of our, if not our best player. The guy scores goals. This guy's got pedigree in big games. He scored a hat-trick in a Europa League final.
Was it a transfer or a loan to Madrid?
Transfer, I think, wasn't it?
Was a full transfer, yeah?
Full transfer to Atletico Madrid.
Okay.
But this is where, again, people seem to think with this big club, and stick our noses up to players like that and everything, when we ain't this big club when it comes to football, because we can't afford to put our nose up to players like that, because we're not going to get any better offers in there, any better players wanting to come to us, unless you offer them stupid amounts of money, basically.
I think the best way to put it for me, Dan, is that I think we are a big club, but we haven't behaved like a big club for decades now, 30 years.
That is why on the football side, we don't get looked at as even a big club. How many other, if you go and went to other supporters out there,
sure,
even someone who despises Arsenal, despises Chelsea, whatever, and other club, they would look at them and say they are an elite club or they are a big club. Not even the mediocre clubs look at Spurs and say that is a big club. Nearly every other supporter out there looks at Spurs and says that is fake being called a top 6 club. And that is by the way we've been and the players we've brought in and everything else. There is not one thing about us that says we have the right
7 years
in the right that gives us to be classed as a big club, bar that time with Poch. Apart from that, over the past 30 years, we seem to think we have this privilege to even be looked on as a big club, let alone a bloody elite club as such. Well, when you look on it, the football side, put it this way, Ian, yeah? If you was, the way I've put it across now, is there's the two sides of football. Obviously, you got the business, you got the football, yeah? And the business is just as big as the football, if not bigger than the football now, sadly, because it is about the money. Now, if you was to go and put Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, PSG, Barcelona, I don't know, Inter Milan, Napoli, put them all on a piece of paper of revenue they bring in, stadium, training facilities, everything like that on the paperwork, yeah? Put Man U on it, Chelsea on it, Arsenal on it. You'd look at all of them and then look at the Spurs one as well, and you'd think, yeah, they're in that level. Then when you put it over to the football side, and you look at on the football side, you'd think that is completely out of sync. Whereas you look at all the other clubs I've mentioned, and it weighs up together as such. Whereas you look at the Spurs,
because they have proper owners. They have proper owners
I agree,
who run it like a football club.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying how to look at it, basically.
We've not had that since Venables left in '93.
On the business side, we are up there with the elite. You could call us elite, basically, on the business side. But on the football side,
I don't know.
We don't even match. We don't even. Well, yeah. If you look on the paperwork of what we own, the amount of supporters we have, the amount of revenue we have, and everything, you can put us up there with the big boys. Well, put it this way. Well, put it this way: why are we rated in the top? Why are we rated the 7th richest club or 8th richest club on the planet then, and up there with it?
Well, I've got to say,
because on the paperwork, it adds up that we're up there with it on the paperwork, on the size of the club as such. Well, when you look at it from the football side, we don't even bloody get above Aston Villa, Newcastle, and all that.
We'll be talking on Monday about the losses that the club have incurred. We're the third highest loss-making team in Europe last season, with losses of 129 million.
But would we still be in the top 10 richest?
God knows. How the hell have we lost 129 million when you look at a turnover of 565 million, operating profit of God knows.
Yes.
I mean, the point I'm getting with it and everything, Ian, is on the paperwork. Matt. We are.
Matt's back to have a pop.
Matt. Yes.
I've not seen Matt having a pop.
I hate everything about the club and the owners and the recruitment team. You name a Spurs player, Lubo loves them.
I get behind and support the players. I don't necessarily. Sorry, no. You're not
children.
You're not dissing me like that
because I think a player's not good enough that I don't get behind them.
I have said that the players. There's nobody here that gets into Poch's team from 8 years ago. Oh. No, not the same level. So you talk about rating players. That was the last big team that I rated at 27.
From what Dan was saying, doesn't that jump on from this? So it's just a message that was put out. So these are some comments from Scott Munn. And I think that first point, guys, from Scott Munn is absolutely bang on the money. History shows it has been 17 managers in 20 years. For me, it's about action. But then the next point is on it. And this backs up everything Dan's saying, right? If you are with a club and you don't win anything, then that's a pretty important measure, right? Look, I don't even know what Scott Munn was brought in here to do, by the way, right? I don't even know. No one really knows, but he's yet
anyone knows.
The latest of a long line of people that have left Tottenham and cannot speak more badly. That's not the right terminology, but can't speak in a more derogatory fashion about them. And as he goes down, he starts talking about the difference between, being at Man City when they finish second. He says the chairman comes in and says, this is unacceptable, right? But then he said, I didn't get that feeling at Spurs. The margin for error is so small that culture and mentality can be the difference between 3 points on a Saturday. Basically saying we have no culture, no mentality. Like, this is another person saying it.
It's like Harry Kane said, didn't he? Harry Kane said when he was at Spurs, you'd lose a couple of games, draw a couple, and it'd be like, don't worry, boys, we'll do all right next time. Tap, tap, cushy, kiss, kiss. At Bayern Munich, they'd lose or draw a game, and next thing you know, it'd be like a nuclear bomb went off in the place and that. Like what it used to be like at Chelsea when they weren't doing the job and that, the owner would come in, everyone would start shitting bricks, basically.
We're not run as a football club. ENIC have not run us as a football club. They have diminished our standing as a football club in the football world.
But the fans also defend the players too much as well and give them excuses when they don't play up to standards.
Sorry, by fans, did you mean this guy?
Yeah.
No, there's more than one Lubo out there. Trust me. There's plenty of you fucking stick up.
Luboites.
There's plenty of you stick up. There's plenty of you stick up for the players way too much.
You know what? Fans have been conditioned with mediocrity over the last 25 years.
That I can agree with.
Yes, you have, Lubo. Yes, you have been conditioned with mediocrity. Yes.
Sorry, who's been screaming? I've been screaming Levy out for the last 19 years.
But you've
now.
also been screaming for
years.
very average footballers to be playing week in, week out.
Well,
and we actually look worse without Levy now because we just don't know whether we're coming or going. At least with Levy, you actually knew where you bloody stood.
Everyone in the chat, join in. Levy.
Yeah.
That's where I'm in trouble with this Ian. I agree with you on the fact that the fella screwed it up on the football
you
side.
You singing Levy? Clip.
On
my chairman. My chairman. Was said that was,
what do you mean?
Tongue in cheek. That was tongue in cheek.
My chairman.
At least on the last day of the transfer window, if Levy would have been there, you'd have sat there and you'd have thought, you know what? There's a 50-50, maybe even 60-40 chance that we're going to just snatch someone to get into that squad, basically. Whether they're good enough or not isn't the point I'm making. But you'd have put a little bit of a money bet on that it does happen because it has been the Spursy way of doing things through Levy. With these lot in control, you did not know whether you was coming or going, whether someone would pop or not, or you just did not know. At least with Levy, you sort of knew where you bloody stood. And I think the club looks more. I think these two other pricks that we've got in control now, I think they look even more out of sync than bloody Daniel Levy did. I think Daniel Levy would have made his decision to get Frank out.
Yeah, but isn't that because? But don't you think that's because? As with anything in a big business, you can't just cut ties and go. There's got to be some form of handover. There's got to be some sort of period where there's a transition from this style of ownership to this. We went.
I agree.
In one day, it went. Levy's gone to these two are in charge, and we're just going to bring in suit after suit after suit after suit, and it's like, whoa, this is crazy.
I don't think you can have two people in charge either, personally. I mean, the way it's always worked.
Well, Vinay's in charge, isn't he? Vinay's in charge.
Yeah, but he's, he's got, what's his name next to him as well, that he has to make the decision. They have to come to a joint decision on it as such.
Or what, Nick?
If I remember right. I can't remember the name of the other one or whatever. It's not,
he
hasn't got the same power that, say, Levy had as such, whereas Levy only had to do one thing, and that was answer to the person above him, basically. As why I don't say he was the only problem. You can't have three people doing one bloody job on everything, because then it just screws it up even more, that three people are just never going to agree with each other, or hardly ever, or whatever. You usually have one person per main job, basically. And then you have the Indians doing, like, you have the Chiefs, you have the Indians, is my way of putting it.
What would have happened by January 31st? If Levy had still been at the club, Paratici would have still been at the club, and Paratici would have been calling the shots. Vinay took Lange's side, Paratici found Fiorentina and brought 5 players in for Fiorentina, who I think most of whom have gone into the first team, and their results have now picked up substantially. I mean, they hadn't won, I think, up to Christmas before Paratici started wheeling and dealing. And that's what would have happened. What Paratici would have brought in, he wanted Akliouche. I'm sure he would have got Akliouche.
He may have got Charlison and Emerson Royale and Galini.
Well, okay. Listen, they all make
like we can't just
none of them get it right. Alex Ferguson brought in Taibi, he brought in Kleberson, he brought in Jemba. Yeah, Ferguson was brilliant. You know, he made mistakes.
Yeah, but the difference is Lubo, when Man United made those mistakes of Kleberson, Jemba, Man United got rid of them very quickly. How long was Emerson Royale here for? How long has Richarlison been here for? How long are these players that
Richarlison was Levy. That was Levy and that was Levy and his mates. That was Levy and his mate, the Bill Kenwright. That was
So Levy was scouting the players.
No, Levy was very close with Bill Kenwright. Everton had a major FFP problem and needed money.
So Levy bought Richarlison and went, Conte, here you go.
Levy bought Richarlison. I think he was behind the Richarlison deal. Do you honestly think Conte would want Richarlison? Come on.
Hang on. Okay, but this is where we cherry pick Lubo, right? So every time Paratici makes a bad signing, it's no, that one was Levy. But when he made a good signing, Paratici would have done this or that.
Emerson was a bad signing. Galini was a bad signing. Brian Hill, albeit a very technical player, was not suitable for the Premier League, so that constitutes a bad signing as well.
There were many bad signings.
He made bad signings. He's still better than Lange. He's still on a different level to Lange with a much bigger network.
Van der Ven,
people to speak to.
Van der Ven, Kudus, Paulinho.
Well,
right, but this is my point. For me, this isn't about Lang v Paratici. I think they're both shit. Right? For me, I don't care about Lang v Paratici. Paratici and Lang built this shit show of a squad. Right? Those two have overseen the last 6 years between them, right? And it's left us where we are today.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't really go along. I don't go along with the whole, who's better? Both of them aren't good enough, right? But when we're in hindsight now, go, well, Paratici would have done this on the last day. Many transfer windows.
It wouldn't have been the last day, Sav. It would have been through January.
Okay, but look at all the Januaries he was here. And there were Januaries where we were shit. And there were summers where we were shit with Paratici. So, again, it's this revisionism that if he had still been
I thought it was a lot better than Lang. Much, much better than Lang. With a much better network.
Who did he bring in? Who has Paratici brought in that you go top player?
Okay. Were you excited when Basuma came in?
I don't think excited is the word. I thought it was a good signing, yes.
Yeah, it was a good signing. Okay.
It was a good signing.
Dan, what did you think of Udogie when Paratici brought Udogie in?
I was actually quite happy with it because I watched him play in Italy a lot for the season before, where it said we was getting him, and he looked very good out there. And since he's come over here, he just has not stood up to standards in one bit, basically.
But you'd understand why Paratici brought him in.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, another young player. Like again, it's not like sorry,
it's a hit and hope.
Oh my god, he brought in an 18-year-old wing back. So
19.
what?
He was 19, wasn't he? But Vicario was wanted.
I don't care.
Vicario was wanted by some big Italian clubs as well. In fact, there's even talk about Inter Milan wanting for next season.
Who?
Well, Inter Milan wants him for next season, sir.
Who?
Vicario, I'm talking about.
Vicario.
I'm sorry.
I'm not
having
way
Vicario as a good sign.
I'm talking about when they were bought. I'm not talking about now with hindsight. I'm talking about when they were bought, because that's
not a good signing when he bought him either.
Well, I thought he was. I still think we should have got Raya, but again, Mr. Top Businessman Levy wouldn't spend the 40 million that Brentford were asking for Raya at the time, and he ended up going to Arsenal for quite a bit less.
But on what basis did you think Vicario was a good signing at the time? How many games had you watched of Vicario before he came?
Well, listen, he from day one he was shot stopping very, very well. So I picked it up very quickly. For me, he was a good shot stopper, and for me, I like the old-fashioned goalkeepers. They're there.
I thought he was a respectable buy as well, because I'd seen him play a few times. I thought he was a respectable choice as well. And I think he started off well. And then as soon as they sussed out, like they sussed out with the team, that's all you had to do was be physical with him, basically, and he fell to pieces. That's when it really started showing that he was not a good keeper. And I know you're a fan of the old style of play, same as I'm a fan of, I like the Italian way in that. But whether you like it or not, you just got to lump this one, Ian. That ain't football anymore. That is not what football's about anymore. A goalkeeper has to be able to be
every time the ball goes near Vicario, Dan, do you shit yourself? Every time the ball goes near him?
Twice over.
If you're going to play,
get the baby wipes out.
Dan, if you're going to play that way, you need a goalkeeper that can
everybody plays that way, Ian. Everybody plays that way.
Right, but you've got to have a goalkeeper who is good enough to play that way.
Otherwise, so he's not good enough. So Vicario isn't good enough for modern day football in the Premier League.
Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Vicario in goal or Kelleher?
Or Kelleher? Well, I'd rather have Kelleher. I'd rather have Dean Henderson from Palace.
Right. So this is the point. When I look down the Premier League, how many teams does Vicario get into?
We'll go through.
How many teams are looking at Spurs going, I'd love Vicario? I'll bring up the Premier League table, Lubo. Here you go. I'll bring up the Premier League table. All right. I'll bring up the table. Here you go. So let's start, right? Let's be brutally honest. He gets nowhere near Arsenal, nowhere near Man City, nowhere near Villa. I don't think he's even better than Le Mans of United. I'd be really impressed with him.
No. I'd have him in front of Robert Sanchez, definitely. for me, I think he's better than Chelsea's keeper.
Maybe nowhere near Liverpool.
Liverpool,
He's not better than Kelleher.
No.
He's not getting in Everton.
No.
He's not better than Pickford. Who's Bournemouth's keeper? Is it Petrovic? Right. He doesn't get in at Fulham. I don't think he gets in above Bernd Leno at Fulham.
He don't get in at Newcastle.
It's funny actually because the Fulham fan.
I think West Ham he has a shout.
Yeah, the Fulham fan was actually saying to me yesterday that he just hopes that Spurs don't hit long range shots because Leno is very weak with long range shots.
Sure, but so is Vicario, right? So, but the point is, you looked at, and by the way, I've been really impressed with Sunderland's goalkeeper, Roofs. Really impressed with him. Henderson's good. Basically, my point is, look down that league. Spurs have got, once upon a time, when you had Hugo Lloris in his peak, you'd go, all right, Hugo Lloris is not Alisson. Okay, Hugo Lloris is not, do you know what I mean? He is not the top keeper. But you know what? He's a good goal. He's a solid, really good goalkeeper, Lloris, that probably gets into 15, 16 of the Premier League teams. We've now got a goalkeeper that I'm looking there and going, I don't know what teams he really gets into. And that's again, that was your basis just now of a good Paratici signing. Look at the levels that we're talking about now. The levels we're talking about are an 18, 19-year-old Destiny Udogie, a Vicario, right? This is the levels where we're at of celebrating players.
Well, who's the Inter Milan keeper?
Jurgen Sommer.
Then I think he's going, and Inter Milan want Vicario.
Sure, I think he'll be all right in Italy. I think Italy will suit him a lot more. Basically, where they play with most teams play, especially Inter play with a straight three at the back, solid three at the back. I think that will suit him a lot more, the Italian style. I just don't think they don't sweep a keeper as much as Premier League and La Liga, Bundesliga, and that. Yeah, I think he will be a lot more suited to that.
I agree with you, Dan. But when people do this, they do this with Bergvall, right? People go, Barca wanted him. You're like, this can't be a club showed an interest in a player. That means the player must be better than what we're seeing. Like, it just doesn't quite work like that.
Well, Barca obviously saw something in Bergvall for the future, didn't they?
Yeah, and they would have put him in. They would have put him in the youth team and let him play in the youth team.
They would have played the B team. But carrying on with Paratici, I thought Kulusevski and Bentancur, when they came in that Conte's January window, which was what, 21?
Sure.
Was that 21? It was January 22, wasn't it? 22. I thought they were superb. Everybody was looking at Bentancur and Kulusevski and thinking, wow, two really good signings.
Sure. I don't doubt that. But then they've been here now 4.5, 5 years, right? They've been here a long time.
Bentancur's been beset by injury, hasn't he? I mean, that's just wrecked him, really.
Sure. But again, notice there's an excuse for every player. Like, that's saying,
not an excuse, that's facts. That's not opinion, it's facts.
Hang on, if you let me finish. Right. My point is, if you actually look at Paratici and you go, right, what signing did he make that has been really impactful every year for getting like there isn't many, right? Kulu is up and down. Bentancur, for me, I thought Bentancur was always very good against the lesser teams, not so much against the better teams. I don't think he really stood out. But what player has he brought in where you go, God, you've had a really good few years, it's solid in a row? I don't think any.
Well, he hasn't. Listen, he's not had the impact that Paul Mitchell has. That's for sure.
He hasn't.
So for me, Poch has had more impact than any other manager probably since Bill Nicholson, in terms of where he took us in the league and and in Europe. So for me, if you bring back Poch and you bring back Mitchell, providing they're going to get the backing, because if they don't get the backing, then there's no point bringing anybody back. Then at least you've got two people that have done a very good job for Spurs in the past. And that's something to hold on to in these dark days.
No, I understand that, but that doesn't take away from the fact that through all of Paratici's years, he hasn't really got any players where you go, cool, that was a fantastic signing. Look how many really good years we've had out of that player. And that's the difficulty, right? That's the difficulty, that as much as we can sit here and pretend this player's done well, that player had injuries, this, that, the other. Not one of his signings over the last 4 or 5 years, whichever way you divvy it up, I would say, cool. Yeah, that was what a really good buy. Of hindsight, it's really worked out well, because it hasn't. Porro's been okay in bits. Udogie, not for me, hasn't really done anything. Romero's been okay.
Udogie's injury prone.
Sure, but this is all
injury prone. Kulu's had a shocking injury now, but the first 3 months of last season, Kulusevski was superb.
Sure, but this is
Ange just played him and played him and played him.
Sure, but you're not getting my point. My point is we can throw excuses. There is no player.
That's why we're where we are, though. That's why we're where we are.
Because of people like Paratici.
Because of all the recruitment for the last 6 years has never been. Yes. Well,
but that's why I don't rate the players the same way you do. Like, I look at Vicario and go, this is embarrassing. You look at him and go, yeah, but he's a good shot stopper.
That's right.
For me.
So if the three of us just came on here and we just agree with everything, A, the show wouldn't last that long, and B, people would support. So
sure,
have difference of opinion.
Sure, but at the same time, like Matt said in the chat, when you seem to praise a lot of very average footballers.
I want them to do well. Listen, I want them to do well.
Lubo, let me finish. Lubo, stop.
You're mixing the two. Matt's mixing the two up.
But Lubo, but again, this is why you almost do what the trolls in the chat do. There's a difference between wanting them to do well and acknowledge that they're not good enough for Spurs. I want every player that signs for Spurs to be David Ginola and Paul Gascoigne level. They're not. But the difference is, I will come on a stream and go, yeah, he ain't good enough. You will say it because people in the chat go, yeah, Lubo supports the team better than Sava. If you rate these players, then don't rate the directors of football. It doesn't make sense in my mind what you're after as a fan.
Right, listen, I can say, and I've said before, that these players are not on the same level as Poch's team. I can't keep repeating that every single show and go on.
But you bring Poch into everything. This isn't about Poch. No. This isn't about Poch.
No, but we're talking about the players. We're talking about the players in that era. I can't say that on every single stream I come on when we're talking about players. Oh, by the way, the caveat is they're no good because they're shit compared to Poch's team. People just get bored hearing the same thing. But I talk about the players on a day-to-day basis on these shows. So that's what I do. You know, and if a player has a good game, he has a good game. You know, it doesn't mean the team have a good game. Some players I like, some players I don't. Do I want players who are of the same level that we had under Pochettino? Of course I do. But it's not my choice, is it?
No, I mean, but it is your choice whether you rate the bad players or not, right? Like, not you. Hang on. Let me finish the sentence. For love nor money, please let me finish my point. Not you. People in general, it's up to them if they rate footballers. If you've got people that sit in the chat and have a go at people like me and Danny because we don't rate Odegaard, don't rate Tell, don't rate Gray, don't rate if we don't rate those players and other people do, they can't then turn around and go, I hate this board is shit, we need a plan. But you rate all the signings. I don't rate the signings. I have not rated the signings this club have made in general. There's obviously a few, but in general, for years and years and years and years. Yet every time we sign a Gray, a Bergvall, a Tell, an Odegaard, an Udogie, a Sarr, a Mawani, people wax lyrical about them. And then when we're shit, go, yeah, but we're not run very well. Well, you can't have both. You can't, not you, the royal.
Yeah.
You can't have all ways, right? You can't have all ways.
Listen, I think Gray and Bergvall were two very good buys for the future. They weren't buys to come straight into the first team. Do I think, and I have said on many occasions, Højbjerg and Ndombele, Skip and Lo Celso all went, and Gray and Bergvall came in. So fine. I split a transfer window into three. The selling players, bringing in kids for the future, and replacing the players you're selling that should be going straight into the first team. That's how I split my transfer. That's how I split my transfer window. So for me, under Ange, he got rid of a lot of players, I think, in that summer window.
Yeah.
By bringing in Graham Bergvall, I thought they were, as far as bringing in kids for the future was concerned, I thought they were 2 good buys. And hopefully we will see in the next 2 or 3 years that what I thought comes off. The poor part was we got Solanke only. That was just appalling. That was the most shocking transfer. In terms of the first team, it was a dreadful, dreadful window. Just dreadful.
The difference between me and you, Lubo, is I look at all 3 of those areas and think we're shit at all 3 areas. I don't think we've bought really good kids for the future. I don't think we're good at selling players, and I don't think we've bought really good players for the first team. That's where I'm at, and that's why we are 17th, 16th. That's why we are on the trend we're on, because we keep buying average players that everyone keeps celebrating. Everyone keeps making out these, like Bergvall. I always use Bergvall for as an example. I keep hearing that he's good. When I ask anyone what he's good at, no one can give me an answer.
Well, listen, Liverpool and Villa think he's good enough to put in.
Sure, but that's not. But again, that's the lazy argument, right? When I'm asking what is. I'm not asking what Villa and Chelsea are saying. I'm asking what have we seen with our eyes that you go, cool, that's a really good young player. What's his strength? What does he do?
Fine, the professionals within Villa and Liverpool.
That's not what I asked.
Who are paid to find players, both think that Bergvall's good enough to bring to their club. So
sure, but again, notice how you've done a politician again. That's not what I asked. I asked, what are his strengths as a footballer? I didn't ask what Aston Villa. If he goes to Aston Villa, he's sitting on a bench. If he goes to Chelsea, he's sitting on a bench. I'm asking, what is he good at? What are his core skill set that you go, top young player for the future? I'm not saying he won't be. I'm just asking what they've seen. What have you seen?
For me personally, I think he's very good carrying the ball. That's his main strength.
What happens when he's carried it?
He's bulked himself up. Well, listen, it's the team's been a shambles. He walked into a shambles. He didn't walk into a normal team, did he?
Understood. But so far, we've had 2 years. One extreme to the other extreme. Your second point about him being a footballer is that he's managed to put weight on a state-of-the-art gym at Tottenham's training ground.
No,
that's the second point.
He's bulked up, which has helped his physicality, which helps him in challenges in midfield, and he's been winning more challenges this season than he did last season.
But he also just fouls loads of people in midfield, right? Like he just runs into them. So again, nothing there is about notice, and this is my point. When I talk football, when I say, if someone says to me, you can give me a player, right? Right now, you can give me a player that I like. I will tell you as a footballer what I like about them. It won't be anything to do with physicality. It won't be anything to do with running around like a headless chicken. It will be as a footballer. So far, I've had that he carries the ball and that he works hard in the
disagree. We'll have to agree to disagree, Sad.
But you haven't answered the question. There's nothing for me to disagree on. You haven't answered my question. What is he good at as a footballer?
What do I think? I think he carries the ground, he closes down his players, he carries the ball into good areas, and he will improve. He's 19 years old. He will improve bit by bit.
So the only one football point you've got is he carries the ball into good areas.
Well, I see him. I think he's better than you are. We'll have to agree to disagree. That's it. No, that's the beauty of football. Everyone's got different opinions on players.
The beauty of football is that people normally give a football answer. Notice what you do, Lubo.
That is a football answer. I'm sorry, that's a football answer.
So the one thing he is as a footballer,
he isn't necessarily going to make him a bad player. One of the best players we've had in the Premier League era, Paul Scholes, was the worst tackler.
Yes, he was shocking tackler.
It was a tackler.
Yeah, but do you know what, Lubo? This is what makes me laugh so much. If somebody said to you, give me what Paul Scholes is good at football, the second thing on their list wouldn't be tackling. I've asked you 4 times, what's Bergvall good at? And so far, you've given...
He gets around the ground well. Oh my God. I gave you 3 things.
You haven't one. You've given me one thing. As a footballer, is his passing good? No. Right? Is his crossing good? No. Does he score? Does he assist? Is he creative? So far, what we've got is he carries the ball. Fine. One thing. He's good at carrying the ball. What else he do well?
Well, listen.
He doesn't.
But you cherry pick who you like and who you don't like because
I don't cherry pick.
No, because Xavi Simmons is meant to be creative. For me, he's been bloody garbage most games he's played this season.
Sure.
And he's meant to be our creator.
Sure. But Lubo, when you're saying cherry pick, you've just mentioned Xavi Simmons, not me. Right?
No, but you don't knock Xavi Simmons the way you knock Bergvall. And you should do because he is a first-team player. Bergvall,
this is
player.
Do you know what? I like it when you make things up. Whenever you can't answer a football question, you pretend I've said something or haven't about a footballer.
No, you love Xavi Simmons.
Let me finish. I don't. Whoa. See, again, you're doing it again now. You're making shit up, right? You're making shit up.
You like Xavi Simmons as a player.
Oh my God! Shut up and let me finish my sentence.
Don't be rude. Don't be rude or I'll go. I'm not having you being rude now.
Then don't lie about
personal.
It. Then don't lie.
Personal.
Right?
I'm not lying.
Don't lie.
I'm not lying. This is how I see your comments on Xavi Simmons.
Right. So what do I actually say about Xavi Simmons then? Go on, Lubo. What do I say about him?
You like Xavi Simmons.
What do I say about him?
Without his creativity, we've got nothing. He's the only one. Sorry. He's been so poor this season for us.
Hang on. Again, so you've picked one thing I've said. What is my overall opinion on Xavi Simmons? Let's hear it. You seem to know it. Let's hear it.
You tell me what your opinion is.
You just told
I think it's higher than it should be.
Right.
Personally.
You just told this whole chat.
I heard you talking
about Xavi Simmons sentence.
What would Xavi Simmons do with Harry Kane with in Poch's team? I heard you saying this morning. What would Simmons do with those players? I heard it.
What have I actually said? When Danny and I were actually speaking about Xavi Simmons, we said Xavi Simmons is lightweight. Xavi Simmons hasn't set the world alight. The difference is, Lubo, we've seen Xavi Simmons at international level, and for bigger clubs than Tottenham, we have seen Xavi Simmons play good seasons, create, score goals, assist. We've seen it. We've never seen it with Bergvall. We've seen it with Xavi Simmons. What I've actually said about Xavi Simmons is I want to see Xavi when he's around other technical players that can get the ball down and play with him. And as Danny and I said, and Dan will agree to this, we said next year is the year we're going to see, has he settled into the Premier League and can he do it? Now, Xavi Simmons is a very technically good footballer because we've seen it. We've seen his passing range. We've seen his skill. We've seen his goals. We've seen his assists. But when you're going, you love Xavi. I think Xavi's a very good player, but right now is another victim of circumstance. He's come in, he's been chucked in to a team with no pattern, no one to play with, no ball playing midfielder. But I've seen it at Leipzig. I've seen it at PSG. I've seen it for the Netherlands, Lubo. I've never seen any of that stuff with Bergvall. That doesn't mean I love Xavi Simmons. I just think there's a very good footballer in there. You can see it. He's shown it.
I've seen Bergvall do stuff, but for me, 9 times out of 10, it's always when it comes to that final third, when it comes to that cross, or because sometimes he does get out wide, or when it comes to that direct ball, or when it comes to even having a shot at goal, you hardly ever see anything off of him at all. Getting about the pitch and everything, great. Even when he gets the ball and gets forward with it, all right when he does it. But it's that final third with him. You hardly ever see that final third of him, that pass, that direct ball, that cross, that shot. He seems to, I don't know, get so far. He gets close, but just does not deliver that final bit as such that you need your man to do. That cross, that pass, that shot. In that aspect, Sar's no different in that aspect either.
Oh, Sar's poor. But let me just, this comment you just put up, this shows you how stupid Matt is. Because I actually said Scholes is one of the best Premier League players of the Premier League era, but one of the worst tacklers.
Sure, but
he didn't listen, and he said, I'm comparing Scholes to Bergvall. In what world are you living in, Matt? You don't listen to what I say. You just think of what you think I've just said. Listen, use your brain, put your brain in gear, show some intelligence before you send stupid comments
then
because
again,
you make yourself look stupid.
But you bringing Paul Scholes into a conversation about Bergvall, you're opening yourself up to that.
I was talking about the fact that you talk about somebody's tackling and it hasn't impacted on your opinion of them as a player. I don't see that Simmons has done that much more in a white shirt than Bergvall has, to be honest with you.
But no one argued that he has in terms of goals and assists, but no one actually argued that Simmons has been great. This is where you made up this narrative that I think he's been great. I've actually said, and this is the thing, whenever I say anything, like if I talk about Gray and Bergvall, you go to, you never talk about the senior pros. I'm always talking about Vicario and Romero. I'm always talking about Basuma and Sarr and Bentancur, but apparently I'm Richarlison. But because I don't pick the player you like, you go, you don't like any of. No, the difference is Xavi Simons, as I said, we've seen what Xavi Simons has done at other clubs and for international duty. Seen it, right? But you can't drop Xavi Simons into this mess of a Spurs team and say, oh, where's the link-up play? Give him players to play with that play that way, like he had at RB Leipzig and he does for the Netherlands. You might see it. But we've seen flashes from Xavi Simons in games. What was the game the other week where he was absolutely superb and ran the game? And you go, God, look at his drifting with the ball and his passing and his skill. I've never seen that from Bergvall. Never.
I think the one that I saw the best of Simmons was against Dortmund. But that's where I go back to what I said at the very start of this, Ian, before you was on here, whereas I think you've seen more out of him better in European games, because in the European game, you seem to get that bit more time on the ball as such. Whereas the Premier League, it's a lot more quick cut. And this is my question with him. I don't know. I mean, next season, I'll start judging properly. I don't know if Simmons has got what it needs for the Premier League. Same as Brian Hill didn't. I think if you'd have kept him out in Spain, I think his career could have been a bit better, basically. But he was just not cut for the Premier League. Same as, like I'm saying with Simmons, I don't know if he's cut for the Premier League physicality of it and how quick it is on your feet, basically.
Well, yeah.
But time will tell next season. But at the moment, it doesn't look like it.
Sure, but Dan, Lubo's making out like I've come on here and said Xavi Simons is our player of the season. He's been spectacular.
No, this is what I just said is what we were saying earlier. It's exactly what we were saying earlier.
So which is why I hate the whole you love Xavi Simons. No, I just see with Xavi Simons, if you ask me what type of a player is Xavi Simons, he is skillful. He is creative. He drifts past. I can tell you things he does as a footballer. When I've asked about Bergvall, so far I've got that he carries a football. Like,
yeah, but he ain't. So Xavi Simons, even though I respect his hard work and everything else, he ain't better than bloody Kulusevski and what Maddison give us. He ain't, and I stick by what I say. That's why we're struggling, because he ain't got enough footballers. I felt sorry for him against Arsenal. I actually felt sorry for him because he looks like someone that just didn't have any support whatsoever. That's it, simple. You know what I mean? I'm bored of talking about players like Archie Gray and Bergvall. I'm bored of it now. I was actually going to say something in the chat to try and rattle some people, but especially Lubo, don't invite me on his show, Spurs 5. But the point is, though, right? Yeah, you can laugh about it all you want, but you just don't want the main event to cook you. You don't want me to cook you. You don't want to cook you. You don't want me to cook you.
You've been on the Spurs 5.
The point I'm making is, though,
you've been on.
Yeah, or whatever, bruv. You just don't want the main event to come on the show. I love you, Lubo. Yeah, but you've changed. You got big.
But you've been on the show, so don't make out you haven't.
Well, yeah, but you still don't want to invite the main event. I'm sorry. Let me have my 5 minutes of fame. You've already had it already. The point is, though, I'm fed up of hearing us about Archie Gray and Bergvall. Yeah, we're in a relegation battle at the moment. Yeah, we're having emergency meetings on channels now. Right, because we've only started to just realise, relegation don't look good at the moment. And all we're still talking about is Archie Gray and Bergvall, where we should be selling them. We should be selling these players. All I need to say is Aston Villa. All I need to say is Aston Villa, who've got FFP regulations all over them right now, and they're not complaining about selling their players. They're not complaining. And look where they're on the table. When we haven't even won this year. We haven't even won this year.
Because
with
they
points
don't
per
buy
game.
players like that, Alex. Aston Villa for the last 3-4 years have not gone out and bought Bergvals and Greys. They've gone
Points
out and
per
bought
game,
footballers for the first team.
1.14. 1.14. 3 years. And people are
What's
telling
that?
me to be positive. You know what I mean? And then we're talking about Javi Simmons and all these players and getting all feeling sorry for ourselves. I felt sorry for Harry Winks. I felt sorry for Odie Skip. Where are they now? Oh, by the way, that I'm told that we won a trophy last year against Bodo Glint. Bodo Glint are the big guys last season. The big guys last season. What happened against Leicester City last season? We lost. We gave them away 4 points, and they got relegated. Look where they are on the table right now, the Championship. You know what I mean? Embarrassing, bro. You know what I mean? And all we can talk about is Archie Gray and Bergvall. Yeah? I wish we had the same energy for Moira, Bergwijn, Lamella, Chadley, all those players that would take these players all to the dump, because they would dump on these players right now. Honestly, I actually feel sorry for myself, yeah, because I had a go at Harry Kane because he was a loser. I'm going to apologise to Harry Kane now, because actually, you know what? After Rain, be up to Rain, what he said, right? We would be nowhere without Harry Kane, and especially Gareth Bale, because we'd be nowhere near that Champions League, nowhere near, right? And then people like you, Lubo, wouldn't be talking about people like Archie Gray and Bergvall. You wouldn't be looking at those players anymore. You know what I mean? You should be more thankful for Gareth Bale and Harry Kane, bro. Those are the players that you should be arguing for and putting your money on right now. Those are the players, bruv. Those are the players that put us places, bruv.
Alex, we can't.
Those are the players, bro.
Those players anymore. We can't compete for those players anymore. We can't even get a player.
Whose fault's that then? Whose fault's that? Whose fault's that?
It's Levy's fault. Who do you think?
Exactly.
Who do you think it is?
No,
what do you think I've been saying all these years? Do you agree with me, Alex?
Listen, Alex, I kind of look. I get where you're. Listen, we're all passionate Spurs fans, right? We're all passionate. We all row. We all debate. It's all good fun. It's all passion. But for me, I will. I just can't. I can't listen to fans constantly. I don't know, constantly sticking up for poor to average buys, but then want the club to change. For me, I find it hypocritical. For me, I think you've got to want one or the other, but we want people who want all of it. As I said, I don't rate a lot of these youngsters that we bought constantly. I get told how good they are, but yet apparently they never have to do anything to show us how good they are. And I want better than Vicario. I want better than Udogie. I want better than Gray, Bergvall, Sarr. I want better than Odegaard, Tell, Richarlison, Solankes. So if we're happy with those players, be happy with the manager, be happy with the directors of football. But we got people, sorry, no offense, but people like Luba are so adamant we've been so badly run, but then like these players, I can't make it work in my head. I can't make that work in my head.
I wanted to come on to defend a little bit of Paratici. I'm not saying that he was the best. I'm not saying he's the best because you know what I felt about him. But I think you've been listening to too much of James. I've got to be honest. Who's like last time I was on here, right, with him, he was talking a load of lies. Because the point is, if you look at the record, when Johan Lang came in, right, he came in when we were having a bad run. That's when the run started, right? Paratici was nowhere near, right? Gabbiadini, and Nubo will know this, was the person that got all those signings in Maddison, Vicario, Udogie, yeah? That everyone waxed lyrical about. Van der Ven, right? Right, so if you look at the record, those are the players responsible were Gabbiadini, right? But everybody was not happy about, by the way, that left, right? He was the left lieutenant of Paratici, right? Paratici he's the sort of figure that we sort of need. It's just that the problem with Paratici, he didn't get the club. He didn't get the identity of the club. That was the thing. We need somebody like him and a mixture of Paul Mitchell or David Pleat into one right now, right? Not you know, because he had the right idea. He had the right structure. He had the right idea of how to get Tottenham into that echelon. It's just at the stage, he just didn't get Tottenham. That was the problem. The identity, the way we want to play, the structure, what we want to do in the next 5 years. He had the right idea, but it just wasn't the right way of going. You know what I mean? And that was the thing, you know? And also his manager choices were a bit squiff and stuff like that. And yeah, his players selection wasn't great as sometimes, you know what I mean? But he had the right idea. At the moment, at the club, we ain't got that sort of figure. Right?
Alex, that's what we said for ages. That's what I've said for ages. Until you bring in a director of football that is given the keys to the castle, that is allowed to run the club, sack managers, sack recruitment teams, sack scouts, until you get that person, none of this changes. This is the point. This is why when I say to people, brilliant, bring in Poch, but if Poch is going to work under Lang, none of this really matters. Because that's a really good point made, right? This is a good point. Whether we like Lang or not, this has to be a discussion point, right? Is it Lang's fault? You've brought a youth director into a director of football position, said it's like putting a sous chef into the executive chef position. Like, I like the analogy, but again, as much as we blame Lang, what's Lang's directive from above? Has Lang been told that every window you must bring in 2 19-year-olds? Has he been I'm not backing Lang. I'm not backing him. I'm just saying, who at the top of the club has said, Lang, this is your remit. This is what you must do. He might be banging down the door going, I want boom, boom, boom. No, we don't want that. We want kids. I don't know.
So have Scott Munn brought Lang in?
Sure.
There's your answer.
Sure.
Scott Munn brought him in. And when Paratici was coming back after his ban, just from what I'm hearing, Vinay was meant to bring Paratici back as the number one. He was going to look after first team recruitment, and Lang was going to look after youth recruitment. Obviously, that hasn't worked out. And when it came to it,
not this.
Vinay bottled it, and he gave them a dual, the same position on the same level. So it's never going to work, is it? Lang and Frank paired up together. They had ideas on certain players. Paratici had ideas on other players, and there you had it. And they didn't agree. And the whole thing fell apart, and Paratici left. So I
agree, but Lubo, we agree, right?
As
much as we get heated with each other, Lubo, we agree, right, that there's got to be a plan from up here. And just quickly, for the people that in the chat that are still talking about Ange, just because I didn't like Ange never meant that I thought Ange was at the fault for the whole of the football club direction and the signings and the director of football. They are two different conversations.
So
right?
they're not going to let it go.
It's so boring. Do you know why I wish Ange had never been at this club? I have never known a cult like it. I've never known a manager get sacked and still talked about as much. Bearing in mind, I don't think Poch was talked about this much when he left. I don't think Jose was. I don't think Harry Redknapp was talked about. No. Ange Postecoglou is oh my God, this guy is talked about in every single show, right? Every single show, Ange Postecoglou. I wouldn't mind, but the guy was 17th in the league. Like, can we just stop? It's so boring.
It's not going to stop, Saba, because I have to argue with Manny all the time. I love Manny because he's my other. But my point is, though, whenever it's mentioned about another manager, he says, "Oh, well, this is it happens all the time."
Ange.
It's never going to change. It's never going to change. It's like I've just got to that point now.
There are two different discussions here as to why Spurs are where they are at the moment. The big one, as Scott Munn actually pointed out in his comments today, is about mentality and culture at the club. That's what it's about in every single business. Every business is driven by the bosses. The mentality, how a business is run, how it's driven, the intensity, the desire for success, all comes from the top and works its way down. We talk about, as fans, we're talking about the day-to-day stuff. I just call it macro, which is the big picture, micro, which is the day-to-day picture. We all talk about the micro because we're discussing the manager's press conferences, then the team he selects. And I'm just looking at YouTube, looking at WhatsApp groups, looking at discussions. You know, we're all the same. We talk about a press conference. What's Tudor come out with, for argument's sake? Then it's like, who's going to be fit? Then it's going to be, what do you think of the team he's selected? What do you think of the first half? What do you think of the second half? What do you think of our position in the league? This is all micro stuff that we're talking about, and we're talking about life as it's happening. Whereas the big picture that controls what's happening on a day-to-day basis is the macro side, with the people that organise how the business is set up, how the football club's set up, the mentality and the culture behind the club, how it's organised, how the layers of the structure of management is organised, and the quality of the people that are employed. And that's all the macro side.
Lubo, on this we agree massively.
Agree on that
it's so funny that you can't have a conversation, not you, a royal you can't have a conversation about one thing without people not understanding the bigger picture versus the smaller topic. Yeah. If I'm sitting here having a row with Lubo about Bergvall, right, that doesn't mean that that's the bigger picture. Bergvall is a conversation about one young footballer.
Yeah.
Me not liking Ange Postecoglou as a manager is nothing to do with 20 years of how this club has been run really badly. Danny will back me up on this, right? Hopefully, maybe he might stab me in the back here, right? Dan, last summer when we were having the conversations, said all summer, I don't rate Ange as a manager, but what they gave him in the summer transfer window was appalling in terms of 4 kids and Solanke. Now, I can think both, right? That 1, the transfer window shit, but 2, I don't rate the manager. 2 things can be true at once, right?
Well, if you don't think the manager's good enough, you don't think the manager's good enough, basically, at the end of the day. I thought he got backed compared to any other Spurs manager has done, but when it came to that window, no, he didn't get backed. He got Solanke and that was it. I don't see why you can't claim both sides on that. Do you necessarily have to? You could have given him all the best players in the world. Doesn't necessarily think he's a good manager.
Yeah,
I mean, that has happened in football enough times where you've actually seen someone come into the club basically, and you expect them to do better with what they've got, like we're claiming with Frank as such, with him, also with Ange and that, and you expect them to do better with what they got and they don't. And then you can also have it come in, you think you've got a quality manager there, but if he hasn't been backed in any means or manner, what's he expected to do as such? It can work both ways on that one.
Yeah. Can I just answer Danny?
We're ending the show in 5 minutes, by the way. I'm ending the show in 5 minutes. So if anyone's got anything they want to get off their chest, and I'm sure Box Office has got something he needs to get off his chest and unleash, and I'm sure Lubo has. We are ending in 5 minutes. By the way, unfortunately, something has just come up in my, believe it or not, I don't live online. I have a real life. Something has just come up that I need to do. So I won't be able to do the member show. I've pushed it to next Friday. And before we just close out in the last 5 minutes, thank you so much to Danny Kiriakou, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Danny. Really appreciate you, buddy. You didn't have to do that, but thank you very much. Lubo, I'll start with you. I'll give everyone their closing few minutes. Before you do, Lubo, it's just scary, isn't it? How somebody in the chat's made a really good comment. Like, whenever you see Ange being talked about by Sky Sports or by TalkSport, the number of people that are following wherever he goes. This man's a legend. He got our company. You know, when you're sitting there going, hang on, didn't we have like the worst 18 months ever in the history of the football club in the Premier League under this manager? Yeah. Like, I'm not making that up, right? Like, just madness. Just madness.
I think unfortunately that one night in Bilbao wiped away 18 months of grief with a lot of fans, which which is fantastic. I enjoyed
Sure.
Bilbao. I had the most fantastic day, and the parade was wonderful, and it was just lovely to see Spurs win a trophy after 17 years. But when you look past that one night, look at the mess that the club were in. I'm not saying it's his fault. He was part of it. But you look at the problems we've got now this season that have carried on and got worse. So Ange didn't actually come in and say, do you know what, I'm going to buy, he didn't come in and buy 6 or 7 top players, and we've got a team that are challenging for, if not 5th Champions League, conference or Europa League place. We are down where we are. And he made 18 signings, 18. Only 4 of those signings were brought in for the first team. Bergvall got in. Bergvall and Gray have played the number of games they played because of injury. No other reason. They were bought as squad players. You look at all the kids he bought: Veliz, Phillips, Kinski. Tell, Odebear. There are so many kids that have been brought in when we needed experience, and people forget that about Ange. I just wanted to say, comment that Daniella's made at 2:26. Could we now say the biggest mistake fans like me was pushing Levy out of the club? We've gone from one extreme, Daniela, to another. We've got a micro-managing guy who did everything, to a CEO now who doesn't make any decisions whatsoever. So we've gone from one disastrous extreme to another disastrous extreme.
That's true.
And I know for you, I know 2 of my best friends are West Ham fans. They hate the owners at West Ham. So I'm sure if you've had a nearly as long under Sullivan and Brady as we've had under Enoch, I'm sure you would be very happy if they left as well. So,
do you know the funny thing, Lubo? Do you know the funny thing? Again, this comes to, and in a second, Dan and Alex, I'll let you have your last 2 minutes, say whatever. The funny thing, Lubo, about this for me is, again, the exact same thing I said about Ange. It's the revisionism now on Levy. Look, I didn't want Levy here. Yes, the club is a mess, but I don't think we can literally think that the whole club was going to change overnight when Levy left. There was bound to be. This is the same as any big business. In a big business, a new CEO comes in, and the first 3, 6 months, 12 months of that CEO going into that business is auditing the business and saying, right, you are the people I'm paying. Go and tell me what's going on in my finance department. Tell me what's going on in my marketing department, my sales department, my tech department. Come back. Where are we going wrong? But what we've done is, because we think things happen like that on Football Manager, right? That a new chairman, I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying Vinay's right. I'm not saying I want him to be here, but we've literally got, oh, well, Levy's gone, nothing's changed. I wouldn't have expected lots to change in 6 to 9 months. But the revisionism now that we're doing again is, because this hasn't worked, that was good. That's like saying, Lubo, and I know you're obviously a very happily married man, have been for 67 years. You've been married now, 67 years?
20, coming up 28 years.
28 years. But that's like saying, right, oh, I've split up with this girlfriend because it didn't work. Oh, I've now split up with the next one because it didn't work. Let me go back to the first one that didn't work. No, they both didn't work.
Right.
One not working doesn't mean that the one before was right. It means that you still haven't found the one, right? I'm lucky. I found the one. I found the love of my life. And obviously she's not within earshot to hear this. But do you know what I mean? The revisionism on ex-players, the revisionism on ex-managers, the revisionism on Levy. This is scary that we're not understanding just because one doesn't work, one does. Sorry, that's my...
I just want, as a fan, I just want new owners that are going to come in and want the same success for the football club as the fans do. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantees in life that we are going to, with new owners, we're going to win a trophy. But you know what? I just want the fans to feel that the people at the top of the club, like Sheikh Mansour does, like Mansour does at City, like Fenway do with Liverpool, the Kroenkes do now at Arsenal, they all want massive success. I remember when Chelsea won the Champions League for the for the first time, 30 seconds after the final whistle, when they won that penalty shootout at Bayern Munich, the cameras homed in on Abramovich and the pure joy on his face. And I just thought, I just wish we could have owners that success meant that much to them for our football club.
Can I tell you who to follow then? Can I tell you who to follow, Lubo?
I feel so cheated. Seriously, since Venables went in '93, I feel cheated that we haven't had owners that are as desperate for football success as us fans. I just tell you what,
anybody who's on LinkedIn, go and follow Mike Livesley, who is the CEO at Bromley Football Club. Look how much that man loves being the CEO of Bromley. Go and watch him. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. After the game, he's in the dining area with all the fans and everyone, and he's on the mic and he's talking to people. Loves it.
Bromley Orient next season, mate. Bromley Orient.
Bromley. I'm getting us next season. Spurs and Bromley might be one league apart, Lubo. Spurs and Bromley could be one league apart. Danny, this is your time to shine. Last couple of minutes for you, and then I'll move to to box office.
Really, with everything we've gone for, what else is there really to go through? Even if we do get new owners, even if they have got this winning mentality, it's not going to fix itself in 5 minutes. It's still going to take significant amount of time. And then we need new scout system in there. We need to do, because even if you get new owners that want to win, if they don't know that much about football and they haven't got the right scout system or doing the right job, or the players they get don't perform as such, it's a long way to go. And then apart from that, hopefully doing a show tonight, 8 o'clock-ish, 7, 8 o'clock. And that's that.
Perfect.
Cheers for having me on.
Before I have Alex, no, thanks for coming on, Dan. I always appreciate your time. Alex, before I come to Alex to close off the show, because who do you want better to finish off with a rant than Alex? And I hope he's got something ready for us. Before I come to Alex, Dan, I think you're spot on. I think whatever changes at the top, middle, bottom of Tottenham Hotspur, it is not a quick fix. And this is the problem. Even if they go, here, Ralph Rangnick, here's the keys to Spurs for 5 years. Poch is your manager or Nagelsmann's your manager. It's going to take years to sort this shit out. And our fans won't wait for that to happen. They won't. And that's the problem. Alex, thanks for popping on. Always love a bit of Mr. Box Office. What you saying, mate?
3 things, right?
3 things.
Fulham, Crystal Palace. If we don't win those games, not that I think we deserve to get relegated right now. For me, at the moment, don't really give a monkeys anymore. I actually think, you know what? Let's do Wimbledon. Let's do AFC Wimbledon. Get our team back, because at the moment I don't recognise this football club. I've not recognised it since the last 5 years. And to be honest with you, even if we get Poch ain't going to change us whatsoever. And I love Poch, and I even like it at the first instant as well. Promote and game, by the way, guys. By the way, Chelsea can relegate us. By the way, Chelsea.
Oh, don't. Yeah, Chelsea.
Relegate us. By the way,
Alex, from what you've just said there, you're advocating, and Lubo will know this. Lubo, if Spurs did an MK Dons or an AFC Wimbledon, what league would we have to go and start in to start the rise back up the football pyramid?
Well, that's an interesting question. My first cousin is married into the family, and he was a Man United fan. Hated the Glazers, and when FC United of Manchester formed in 2005, he was the financial director. Yeah. So I know all about this.
Wow. There we go. Well, we're going to go down into like the Isthmian South or something like that.
Well, if we went bankrupt, we'd have to, and we started again. You know, like Bury and Macclesfield.
Yes.
I've started several divisions lower.
Do a Rangers basically just totally implode then explode sort of thing, and basically have to start from scratch.
But they
if
only
we
went
start
down.
from scratch, I'm applying for the director of football or head scout position. if we start from scratch, Alex, go on. Sorry, mate. Finish off. So, other than the fact that you now agree with Stell that you want this club to completely implode and go down.
Well, it's at the end of the day, Sava. You did a show on the relegation, and to be honest with you, it was a good show. But, like, don't get used to it. But the point I'm making is, though,
Alex.
yeah,
Thanks.
the problem I have with this, though, if that was the case, that this is all the revocations of us getting relegated, why was there no action done in December? Why was there no action done in the transfer window? You know, I'm wound up when I heard the report. Well, I knew the reports, really. Let's be honest here. Lookman was offered to us on a plate.
Yeah.
On a plate.
So
I'll give this to you, Danny, because you're the one that said it, and I'll give you that one, yeah? You said it about Lookman. And why the hell do we not go and get him? We've got nobody to caress the ball at the moment. Against Fulham, right, based on what some people are saying, all we're going to be doing is pressing players and just gaining attacks by mistakes from Fulham. So how is that supposed to be a strategy to win anything? I actually feel sorry for Tudor, who's actually coaching the players, by the way, from what I saw on the training video, by the way. He's actually coaching the players. You know what I mean? Himself, taking it upon himself. You know, so it's just, I don't know what else to say anymore. And so, yeah, Sava, you had a guy at me. You've had a guy at me how many times about not backing a manager, yeah? But I stick by what I say. I can't back no manager. I can never ever back a manager.
We had this chat on the phone. Chat on the phone where I said, I need to, and as I said, this last incident that's happened in Spurs, I've said, Alex, I agree with you. From now on, I'm like you. I don't care who the manager is until there's a plan. That's why. Have you seen me give any opinion on Igor Tudor, Alex?
No.
I
think you're learning now from learning how I feel now.
An opinion on Igor Tudor as a manager, as whether I liked him, whether I wanted him.
I just need to see it, Sava. You're absolutely right about players now. I can't go on. Look, listen, there's stats that we do about points per game and annual performances over a year. That's important to notify that, because we can see the downhill trajectory, yeah? But I can't just do stats on players. I need to see it, right? And if I can't see it with players, I can't see it with players. So when people are telling me about, big up Kuva, by the way, my boy, you know what I mean? He should be on here, by the way. You should be coming on more, by the way. I love that guy.
I do ask him. I love Kuva.
Yeah. But yeah, I just can't do it anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, those players, Gareth Bell, Modric, Moira, Lamella, these players I had a go at all the time, yeah? And to be honest with you, these players have got nothing on those players, and we thought they were crap. We thought that we needed to get let go of those players because we needed better. We haven't got better. You know what I mean? And this is why we're in this position. And for me, at the moment, West Ham and Nottingham Forest, right, at the moment, are favourites to stay up for me. They've got no chance at the moment. I'm to be honest with you, I'm done, Sab. I don't recognise my football club anymore. And that's the problem.
Agree.
So
I agree.
back
Alex,
to you.
No, thank you. Back to me. Back to me. No, thank you. I always like it when one of my guests says my show was actually all right the other day. That's it's always a glowing reference as a YouTuber that sometimes it's okay watching your channel, Sava. Look, Alex, we had this chat when I was on the train the other day. I don't disagree with you on this aspect anymore. As I've said, my stance on Spurs right now is, people can do all the point scoring with this manager, that manager, this director of football. None of it matters unless it changes. Genuinely don't care if Tudor is the interim or if it was Redknapp or if it was Ryan Mason. I don't care who the next manager they bring in is, if it's still Lang in charge. If you're telling me Rangnick's in charge and the owners are going to pay big money, I then care who the manager of this football club is moving forward. If not, I don't care, because nothing really matters. We might have a good year. Poch might come in and you have a year where you finish 6th and you go, yeah, he's good. Then the year after he's not back and we're down to 10th. Doesn't really matter to me. So at the end of the day, we move to Fulham. Just give me a score, people. Give me a score. I don't want a big prediction because I do want to win the show. Alex, Tottenham, Fulham, or Fulham,
1-1.
Tottenham. 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah,
Danny?
I'll take 1-1 with that.
1-1. Lubo?
2 each.
2 each. I think Fulham will beat us 2-1. If I'm wrong, Sorry if I'm. Do you know what? I'm not going to apologise anymore for predicting scores. If you get them wrong, you get them wrong. Spurs haven't won a game for how long? I don't see it changing this weekend. I just don't. Yeah, Ellie told me off for having a go at Lubo. I love it. Lubo can lie about me, but I get told off. I love this. Brilliant.
By the way, can people watch Spurs Kings TV? I know I don't agree with Manny and what is it, Spotlight on Spurs and stuff like that. But I love those two are good lads, and Marlon and that they've got a show on tonight. I just wanted to let them. I just want to shout out for those boys. You know what I mean? Because I don't think they get enough praise. You know what I mean? Because they do a lot for the Spurs community. Just don't get used to it, Marlon. I'm doing this for you and Smatic. You know what I mean? But you're my boys, so that's why I'm shouting out for you.
There you go. If Ashmatic and Marlon are watching, please go and subscribe to them, because if Alex endorses your channel, then you must be good. So just kidding.
And Dan as well. You can watch his channel as well.
I'm going to end the show there, but Marlon WhatsApped me the other night, and it was just a screenshot of somebody who'd put a message into his show, and it said, "Marlon's turning into Sava." And Marlon I said, what does that even mean? Like, what does that even mean? Guys, thank you. Spirited show. I think that's the terms. And everybody, when me and Lubo row, or when me and Dan row, or Stel and Lubo row, please, we all get on away from it. We all get on. It's just football. Please stop overthinking that it's oh my God, we're just passionate Spurs fans. Guys, I'm going to leave it there. Let me see if anybody is live in the Spurs sphere at the moment that I can send you over to. Customization. I should always do this before I get ready to end the show. Who's live? Cobbish, Troops. Not many people are live. I'll send you over to Troops. Troops has got his London show going on at the moment with some good characters. So I'll send you over to Troops. When you get there, just say FHTV Raid or Sava Raid. Love Troops. Did some filming with him the other day. He is a funny man. He is a very funny man. I'll give him that. Guys, girls, thank you, Lubo. Thank you, Box Office. Thanks, Dan. Thank you for everyone in the chat that has liked, subscribed. I need to pop out now. The members show will be next week. I will be doing a watch along for Fulham on Sunday. Other than that, much love. Take care. Enoch out. And as always, Lubo out. And as always, come on, you Spurs.